Chat, it is time. Let me... Oh god, that's decently loud. Okay, let me turn this down a bit. Probably go a little more, actually. Should be good. So, I don't know if this needs to go without saying, but... Trigger warning, motherfucker! This game is a psychological horror game and deals with a lot of very uncomfortable topics. If that is not anything you are comfortable or uncomfortable with, I do not recommend you stay around. As to not spoil anything if you don't know, I will not go in depth, but very sensitive topics, very fucked up shit. Again, if you are not comfortable with that, please, for the love of God, do not stick around. That is not me kicking you out, that is me warning you. Hence the trigger warning. Thank you, Jade, for the 100 bits. Scam Train, have the rest of my bits, thank you. And thank you, Maroon, for the 100. What a nice, interesting game. I sure hope nothing weird happens. Oh, here we go. Let me get some water in my system first. How we feeling though, chat? We got a lot of reading to do here today. Please enter your name. I'll go Luna. I was gonna put my actual name and then I realized that would feel weird to say. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. Are there jump scares? Kind of, yes, no. It's not anything that's outright predictable, if that makes any sense. Either way. There are some, but they're not exactly ones that the game does not outright kind of... It's hard to say. It's really hard to say because a lot of this game is kind of randomized in a sense that you don't always get the same things each and every time. Regardless, why does this game have a trigger warning? Oh no, my bad. A trigger warning? I don't know, dude. I'm gonna move you all up here. Stay nice and cozy up there. Stay nice and cozy up there. Hold up, the background's too bright. Hold up, I need what's my thing? Is it this? Oh, that's hold up, chat. I'll get you nice and right here. Hold up. Should be good. Okay, now we're good. Wait, no. Now that's the wrong chat. Fuck. Alright, give me another 2 seconds. We're on the fly fixing this shit. Let's see, where's my other chat box? There it is. There you go. Okay. Back in action. We're good, chat. We're good. Stay nice and cozy up there. Anyway. What am I doing on the roof? Get me down! That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and a good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making a day, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. I overslept again. But I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were just thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Luna. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Luna, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. Eh? That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did, in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. That's mean. That's mean, dude. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me, when I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. And Fortnite! Sorry. Uh-huh. I was talking about how I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now, but I'd die at the thought of you becoming a NEET in a few years just because you're not used to the real world. Now, chat, for the uninformed, that is not employed in education or training. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright, alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. Jesus, dude. Fucking goddamn. Oh, I forgot to put the music back. I forgot to unmute it, my bad. I muted it for the bit and I forgot to unmute it. That's my mistake. You're a bully? Yeah, it seems like it, right? I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside her head. Yeah, the bit never ends, chat. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. What do you mean you have no choice? Come on, man. Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. Low blow, Sayori. You don't need to wait up for me if it's gonna make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know what? Well, that you'd come to my club. Sayori? Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Eh? Meanie. God, reading. Sayori is the vice president of the literature club. Oh, they said the thing! Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? That's just mean, dude. Like, that's just mean as hell, dude. Jesus. Well, I kind of told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Cupcakes? Don't make promises you can't keep! Just fucking make a scene in the middle of the classroom. I can't tell if Sayori's really that much of an airhead, or if she's so cunning as to have planned all of this out. You have too much faith in her. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go! Oh god. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly followed Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member's here. I told you, don't call me a new member. Eh? I glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, Luna, what a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. How do you know my name? All these words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls! What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is the one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my my bad. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. That turns back towards the other girls. That's just not even a whisper. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Oh yeah, because this is by Dan Salvato. I'm trying to remember. Did he outright make? What the fuck was it? The Smash thing. What did he make in Smash? I forget. It was the Brawl. I forget the name of the Brawl mod. I forget. Project M. That's it. He had a part in that, bare minimum. I remember that. Yeah, Dan Salvato does a lot of shit. Anyway. It sounds like you already know Monika, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Luna. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other well. We rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. So what are the changes to this game? I think mostly just like added content. I don't know exactly what else. Monika was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... You too, Monika. Come sit down, Luna. We made a room for you at the table so you can sit next to me or Monika. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's been widened so that there's one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Well, it is Pride Month. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Whoa! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monika. I follow. It's delicious! Yeah, anime girls when they eat something be like, oishi! Yeah, anime girls eating something be like, ow! Sayori talks with her mouth full, and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. It's a fucking cupcake, dude. It's all the same angle, dude! It's all the same. It is a fucking... What would be the word? Is it a cylinder? It's all the same, dude. Are you okay with gender bend drawings as long as it's appropriate? Nothing weird, yeah. Natsuki is quiet. Fucking cupcakes are not circular. They're like cylindrical. They are more like a cylinder than they are a circle. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like I... Haven't I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything. Eh? I thought you technically did. Sayori said... Well, maybe. But not for you, you know, you... Baka. Alright, alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table, carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess? Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know? I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not sound like a pastime for me, but at least I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow, then smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? Cupcakes. I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay, don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president... words, holy shit. As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Hello, yo, what's up? Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you the leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know, to be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. Okay. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a great leader. Yuri also nods in agreement. But I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. Ha! You could fucking repeat that, cause oh my god, I don't read books. Holy shit. Fucking, I don't remember the last time I read an actual book, dude. Holy shit. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah! We'll do our best. You know it. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Luna, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga. I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Hey, look! Look. I read the entirety of Steel Ball Run, that's bound to be equivalent to at least, like, 2 books, dude. It's bound to be at least equivalent. Okay? Isn't that long? What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about, Jade? Some of the fucking chapters in that shit are like fucking like 60 pages. I've read Homestuck, that's enough. Yeesh. It's probably like 1 book. Issa? Thin ice. Thin ice. Well, that can change. I could change for you, Yuri. I can read. I don't like Yuri. This is all a bit. This is a joke. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? You don't like her? Yeah, because I'm not a basic bitch. Haha! Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her feelings. Who's your favorite character from Doki Doki? Natsuki. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. Jesus Christ. Fucking, what a pathetic, please, pick me, Yuri, pick me. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with the rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. I guess you can say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Yeah, Yuri, I too am a huge fan of the Shin Megami Tensei series. I hate horror. Oh? Why is that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And give that back. Fine, fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori slides up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. I'm not cute. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Eh? Well, yes, sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometimes? No! Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Ah, not a very confident writer yet? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your... Oh, she's still going? Oh, she's still going. Okay. I'm sorry, that was mean. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. Aw, I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay. What was that sound? A snore? I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone's even. What's the difference between Plus and the OG DDLC? There's a bunch of added stuff. I don't know the full extent of it, but yeah, there's a bunch of added stuff. Yeah, let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it'll help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Luna? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. Eh? What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club! Sayuri may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at and, I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But I'm sorry, I thought... Luna... You all... I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls. Jesus Christ. Fucking relax. Like, does he have to say it like that, dude? Like, Jesus. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes, I'm so happy! Sayuri wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. And that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Ah, thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Luna, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey Luna, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sayuri and I never walk home together anymore, because she's always stayed after school for clubs. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayuri, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monika. Will I really be spending every day after school in a literature club? Or be happy, I forgot that word. Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Oh, here we go. It's time to write a poem. Pick words you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the best or the most. Okay. Quick hydration break. So, alright, let me think. I don't know if I want to go after any character in particular or just literally do whatever. Lust. Oh, no. No. Yuri, why? Let's see. Poll? Fuck it. I'll do a poll and I can let you all decide who we're going to try to go after, I guess. Whomstive. Sayuri, Yuri, Natsuki. Alright, poll is up. Now keep in mind, this isn't guaranteeing that we're actually gonna like, go down their interactions or whatever. We're just gonna try our best to, because it's been a bit. It's been a bit. I don't remember what everything and everyone ties to in terms of the terms and whatnot. So go ahead and vote. Got about half a minute left. It just feels so weird, like, playing this again, you know? Oh, wow. Poll's almost over. Get your votes in while you can. Oh, wow. Okay. This is not the outcome I expected. And... alright. Natsuki it is, I guess. Okay. Fair. I'm not gonna lie, I expected y'all to choose Yuri. What the fuck achievement did I just get? What? I just got an achievement. What did I... View all achievements. Hold up, I'm checking. Spend enough time during the poem minigame to make the music loop. That's just funny, actually, the fact that I got that without even trying. Alright. So if we're going after Natsuki, I would assume most of what we need to go for is like cute things, right? Okay, let's try parfait. That's correct. What's a parfait? I forget what the fuck exactly it is, but like a bunch of fucking ice cream and shit, right? I don't know. Candy? Yeah, that works. Unstable, cry, misery, pink. Gotta head off to my last class. All right, have a good one. I'm gonna assume pink. Yep, nice. Yogurt, granola, fruit, and whatnot. Oh, I didn't realize, because I've never had a parfait in my life. Because who the fuck eats parfaits? Precious? No, that... Now, Sayori is precious. But damn it! Yeah, I should have chosen ribbon. Strawberry? Haha, Doki Doki. I'm thinking strawberry? Oh, no, it's suicide. It's suicide, guys. Yeah, it's strawberry, okay. Determinate. Oh. Undertale. Rainbow? Fuck! Anime. Marriage. What the fuck am I supposed to put here? Chocolate? Chocolate, okay. Lollipop. Marshmallow. Melancholy. No. Kawaii. Let's see. What do we got? Puppy? That works, yes! Cool. Papa? Yeah, okay. I had a feeling. What the fuck? Vertigo? What? Sparkle? What? My god. Grief. Pain. Summer? What the fuck do I fucking pick here, dude? Yo, what's going on? Nothing much. Just gaming, you know? Disarray? Like, what the fuck do you want me to pick here, dude? Just Google the answers? I guess I could. Adventure. Fuck. Okay. Desire? Incongruent death? Scars? Cheeks. Oh, fuck. Doing it this way, we're gonna end up with fucking Sayori instead. What the fuck do I pick, dude? graveyard. Rain cloud? No, I feel like that would be Sayori. Music? Ah, damn it. Sugar. All right, last one. Tragedy. Shiny. Haha. That's probably enough. All right. Okay. Hi again, Luna. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Luna. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Oh shit! Oh fucking call out, dude. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature. It's true. It's true. And any Chainsaw Man reader would tell you the same. Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. Luna always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy, it's distracting! I just spit all over my desk. And you almost set your house on fire once! Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. Have to go grocery shopping now, so have a good stream. Alright, take care, Issa. Bye-bye. How come? You and Luna can become good friends, too. Sayori. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know? Wait, Sayori. B? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri, I wasn't thinking. I guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Dude, where'd her eyes go? Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. You could have worded that better, dude. You just straight up could have worded that way better. I didn't expect anything from you anyway, dude. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah. I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out. So I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it, if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expect Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression. Like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Ah! I hear Natsuki utter an exasperated sigh from within the closet. She seems to be annoyed at something, or by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand. You looking for something in there? Freaking Monica! She never puts my stuff back in the right spot! What's the point in keeping your collection organized if someone else is just gonna mess it up? Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf. Manga? You read manga, right? Sometimes. Manga is one of those things where you can't admit you're really into it until you figure out where the other person stands. That's not true! The climate has changed. Everybody and their mother's a weeb now. It's cool to be a weeb. Although now you still have motherfuckers that are like, but you're not a real fan? Who did Jotaro fight in chapter 7? You know, people like that. Just showed up. Has Luna played this before? Yes, I have. I have indeed. But I have not played it since I first originally played it upon its initial release. Which was... I don't know how long ago was that, actually? Shit. Anyway. How did you know anyway? I heard you bring it up at some point. Besides, it's kind of written on your face. What's that supposed to mean? I see. There's a lone volume of manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one of the shelves. Curious, I pull it out of the stack. There it is. Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. She then turns to a box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest. Ah, much better. Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most irritating sight in the world. I know that feel. Tell me a funny and I'll prime. Let's see. Alright, hold up. I gotta bust out my best material. Hold up, let me look in the script. Well, what's a good one? A dyslexic man walks into a bra. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I get a closer look at the box she's admiring. Parfait Girls? It's a series I've never heard of in my life. Oh, thank you for the prime. It worked. Seriously though, thank you. Appreciate you. That probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's simply terrible. That is a... Why would you... Dude, come on now. Jesus. If you're gonna judge, you can do it through the glass on that door. She points to the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging or anything. I didn't even say anything. It was the tone of your voice. I'll tell you one thing, Luna. Consider this a lesson straight from the literature club. Don't judge a book by its cover. In fact, Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Parfait Girls from the box. I'm gonna show you exactly why. She shoves the book right into my hands. I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attire striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly moe. I wish I had the No More Heroes Travis with the poster, and he's like moe, but no one would get that reference aside from like 2 people in chat, so I digress. Don't just stand there. What? So Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. I'm sure there's a Pride Month joke in there somewhere. She then takes a seat against the wall, beneath the windowsills. She pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. What's up? I'm hella late, but whatevs. What's up? Wouldn't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat. Chairs wouldn't work. We can't read at the same time like that. Eh? Why's that? I guess it's easier to be closer together like this. Don't just say that! You'll make me feel weird about it. Okay, you're the one who's making it weird. I'm just gonna be honest, Natsuki. Natsuki crosses her arms and scooches an inch away from me. Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's a particularly bad thing. Jesus, dude. Just the way the fucking main character says this shit, it's like, okay. I open the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I won't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am. Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning? You don't go back and flip through the older volumes every now and then? What part are you at? We're still pretty early on. Not really. Maybe sometimes after I've already finished the series. Hey, are you paying attention? I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk at the same time. It looks like it's about a bunch of friends in high school. Typical slice of life. I can't read, holy shit. Typical slice of life affair. Kind of grew out of these, since it's rare for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot. So, what should I expect from this? Is there going to be plot? Well, obviously. You think I would enjoy something that didn't have a plot? Yes. I mean, well, I guess I know what you're saying. A lot of the beginning is about simple things. Like, there's a really funny chapter where they're obsessed with the guy at the ice cream shop. That just helps you get to know the characters. And besides, it's still entertaining. But later on, there's all kinds of drama. Like when they all get into all their backstories, and when some of the romance starts to happen. That's really what makes it so good. There's so many touching parts. Ah, is that so? Sounds like you really know what you're talking about. Maybe I underestimated you. Hey, wait! What's that supposed to mean? Ooh, wah! So, woo! Natsuki gives me a little shove. I then fall out the window! Oh, fuck! Just meant that I haven't seen you at your full power. Shut the fuck up! Why do you speak like this? Good save. This chapter seems like it's about baking? It's just a guess, but is there a lot of baking in this manga? Well, Natsuki pauses for a moment as if she doesn't want to admit something. Yeah. Why does that matter? It doesn't. I was just curious. Since you enjoy baking too, right? That's just a coincidence. I just happened to get into baking around the same time I got this manga. Like I would ever get into anything because it's in a manga. I feel bad for anyone that impressionable. Fucking... Damn, okay. Fucking damn, okay. Definitely not a coincidence. I guess that explains Natsuki's interest in baking. Still, of all the hobbies to pick from a manga, that's definitely one of the better ones. Not to mention, she's really good at it, so who am I to judge? Ah! It's a different photo! I forgot how stupidly complicated her hair was. We read on for a few more minutes. I finished a couple chapters at this point. Are you sure this isn't boring for you? It's not. Even though you're just watching me read? Well, I'm fine with that. If you say so. I guess it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? You don't? That's not... Well, I wouldn't really know. But what do you mean? Don't you share your manga with your friends? Could you not rub it in? Jeez. Ah, Sorry. Like I could ever get my friends to read this. They just think manga's for kids. Can't even bring it up without them being all like, you still haven't grown out of that yet? Makes me want to punch them in the face. Ugh. I know those kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who won't judge. Much less friends who are also into it. I'm already kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitated towards the other losers over time. But it's probably harder for someone like you. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Wait, which part? I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. I don't even know what my dad would do if he found this. At least it's safe here in the club room. Except Monica was kind of a jerk about it. I just can't win, can I? Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, here I am, reading it. Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems. Maybe. But at least you're enjoying yourself, right? So? Jeez, that's enough! Are you gonna keep reading or what? No. Yeah. I flipped a page. Suddenly Natsuki starts laughing. Just a fucking like, just an evil villain laugh. I totally forgot that happens. Natsuki puts her fingers on one of the panels. Minori is my favorite character. You always feel a little bad for her since she's so unlucky. But it gets especially bad when... Oh, I shouldn't be talking about that yet. Just finish this chapter. Okay. Natsuki's voice sparkles with excitement. It's a stark contrast to her usual bossy tone. But if she's not used to sharing her favorite manga with her friends, I can understand why. It's hard to express in words the feeling you get when connecting with someone like that. And being able to provide that to Natsuki, for whom it's a rare experience, the thought makes me smile a little to myself. Alright, take care, Jade. Have a good one. Jesus. I got some occasional hiccups here. Kind of annoying. Okay, everyone. Are you all ready with today's poems? Oh, come on. Could your timing be any worse? Sorry. Just needed to make sure we have enough time. Though you do look pretty cozy over there. Natsuki suddenly notices how close she's gotten to me. She hastily slides herself a good 12 inches away from me. What, are you fucking measuring the shit as we're going? Alright. Guess I'll stop here for now. I close the book and hand it towards Natsuki. You're just giving it back? Don't you want to know what happens? Yeah, but... Monica just said... Don't be dumb. Just take it home with you. Is that really alright? I say that mostly because I really didn't plan on using my spare time to read this. Well, of course. It would take forever if you didn't, to finish if you didn't take it home. Just finish that one before tomorrow so we can start the next one. And if it gets bent, I'll kill you. By tomorrow? I only got partway through the volume so far. I might fall behind on some shows if I try to get through this. But I suppose that's a necessary sacrifice in exchange for seeing Natsuki's enthusiastic face. Or am I more scared of what will happen if I don't finish it? Alright then. I stand up. I return to where I put my stuff and carefully slip the book into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I didn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's is on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Okay. Chat, who are we? Who's show first? Whomst. Come on, don't be shy, chat. While y'all type out name, I'm just gonna drink water. Okay, that is mostly Natsuki's. Jesus Christ, y'all. Okay. Okay. Sure. Alright, we'll go then. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first. Okay. Okay, well, let's start with the things I don't like. First of all, Natsuki rereads my poem. Never mind. I don't feel like giving you my opinion. Eh? What's the point of sharing that in the first place? Also, okay. Quick intervention. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't care if you've played this before. Motherfucker, I was one of the first people to play it. There may be people in chat who have not legitimately played this before. Don't spoil it for them. Don't be an asshole, basically. I've already played this. That's besides the point, though. Anyway. What's the point of sharing in the first place? I wrote this when I could have been doing other things. In fact, remember how I said I wanted to read your poems? That's what I had in mind when writing this. I want to help you feel comfortable enough to share yours. Like Monica said. Well, I'd be more comfortable sharing my poem if yours was really bad. You were supposed to show me some dumb poem and make me go, ha! Well, it's not that great, but let me show you what real literature looks like. And you went and ruined it. I hope you're happy. So in other words, you're saying you liked it? Natsuki's retort gets caught in her throat. You're so... You don't understand anything, do you? I already told you that. You don't have to go announcing it to the world like you're all self-important. Pretty sure you never actually said that. I say that mostly to myself. This sounds like a fucking Reddit argument. Where you have like the smug asshole and then the person who just kind of resorts to like name calling. Natsuki must really hate me or something. I can't figure out if it's a win or a loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right? Fine, I guess. Only because Monica will make me if I don't. Alright, poem time. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. Okay. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Yo, thank you, Liliana, for the 6 months. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. Isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end and then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I'd realized. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did ya? Yeah, guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. Don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Alright. Chat, who's next? Who's up next? Come on. It is literally tied. Guess we're going Yuri. Okay. Fine. Don't understand why people like Yuri. Booba. Okay. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes. More than enough time for her to finish reading. Sorry. I forgot to start speaking. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? What? Okay, real quick chat. I'm gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads. If you do not want to deal with ads, consider subscribing, whether it be a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. If you have subbed recently or this stream, I'm gonna give you a moment to refresh your stream, that way you don't get the ads, because whenever you freshly sub, you always gotta reload your Twitch or site or whatever the hell, otherwise, you're gonna have to deal with ads, despite having subbed. Anyway, ad time. There's a plus now? Yep, just came out today. Literally just subbed? Yeah, get to reload an ASAP before Twitch fucking ruins your life. Okay. It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. Or that yeah, okay. Thought I read that wrongly. Ah, so it's that bad. No! Did I just raise my voice? I'm sorry. Yuri buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we really haven't gotten anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine. I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most notable thing that I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the... Is she still going? Oh, she's still gone. Okay. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it says that her demeanor totally changes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I couldn't resist. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club can gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little biased though. Based? How? No, I'm kidding. Biased. How? Hey Lily. Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri's apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if it's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Oh, fuck! Cursive! Oh, dude, I'm fucked. How can I... Oh, I can't read this. Hold up. Ghost under the lights. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last, yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe. What does that say? Calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. So I was taught cursive way back in probably like 2nd grade. Best believe I barely remember it very well. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. Eh? That's a relief. Also, I liked the poem. Even though it's short, it was very descriptive. It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Luna. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Oh, that's what the point of the mask is. Oh. See, chat? That's why I'm failing all my classes. That must be why they think that I need glasses. And why I can't get out of my mattress. Just keep it going, dude. Oh my god. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it, after all. Are you in your mattress? No, clipped in there by accident. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their works. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to... yeah, okay, I thought I misread that. Symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. And soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive. It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things, too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Alright, who's next, chat? Who we got? Who we got? Sayori? Or Monica? Who we got? I take the immediate... I take the immediate 4 Sayoris as probably Sayori. Okay. I'll give y'all another second, though, just in case. Yep. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say Sayori. Okay, fair. Okay. That's cool. This is a good poem, Luna. Are you sure it's your first time? Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? I guess you're right. But that's why it impressed me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. Or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that, just that you... I can't read. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It reminds me of how you're really part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room? Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but... that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? It's like I said before, Luna. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people, that's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. Jesus Christ. Don't just outright fucking say it, dude. Come on. Then again, I can't deny she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah. And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you. Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then. Yay! Woo, yay! Woo. Now you read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Strap yourself in, chat. Tap in, poem time. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. I always love the end of this one. Sayori. This is just a guess, but... did you wait until this morning to write this? No. It's just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Ah, yeah. I didn't mean to say that, alright? I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you were late to school? It's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This was so much fun. Monika's the best. Ah, yeah. But next time I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Oh, Chad, who are we picking this time, dude? Oh, man. Oh, that's way too many choices, dude. Oh, I could never. Hi, Luna. Having a good time so far? Ah, yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new here and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, wanna share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Luna. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monika my poem. Mm-hmm. I like it, Luna. Really? It's a lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. It kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write. And she's a good writer too. So take that as a compliment. If you'd say so. Yep. There are lots of poems or stories out there that are no more than a few simple words. They can be funny, endearing, or even sad. And sometimes they're only a few lines long. They might even feel like they're written for kids, but if you think about them, they can express views of the world that would apply to anybody. I see. So you're saying that Natsuki's kind of like that? Sort of. Maybe she's not an expert. But you probably won't find much filler in her poems. They might be easy to write, but they're super challenging to get the meaning through. So I can see why it would be your kind of poem to explore. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It'll take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kinds of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Ha! That's funny. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? The fuck? Immediate timeout. Don't say weird shit like that. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Alright. Poem time! It's fucking poem time. Let's go. Hole in the wall. Couldn't have been me. See, the direction the spackle protrudes, a noisy neighbor, an angry boyfriend, I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No! I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film let out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realized now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. Huh. Jeez. Alright. It's very, freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that, because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone's judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Yo, thank you, Vfru, for the 9 months! Nice 9 months. Also, did I miss any creep shit? Also, hi, Wuna Nation. No, this is just the standard stuff so far. We have not missed any crazy shenanigans. It's just typical visual novel nonsense. Hope you're doing good though, Vfru. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. Does anyone here knows if Dan Salvato canceled the sequel? Not a clue. Not a clue. To my knowledge, I don't believe he's said absolutely anything about that. He seems to keep very, like, on the down low about announcing stuff like that, unless it's, like, already about to come out. Like this, for example. What's with this language? Eh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Ha, thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it didn't really come out as nice at all. Well, I do have a couple of suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Luna did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me, I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Luna liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Eh? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Luna appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Luna started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly, both girls turned to me as though they just noticed I was standing there. Luna, she's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making all your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Luna. Wait. There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Luna? Well? How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whomever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So of course that's going to be... Oh, okay, poll time, poll time. I'm typing, hold up. There we go, poll up. This fucking song, dude. The poll's up, go ahead and vote real quick. I'm gonna take like a quick 2-second bathroom break, BRB. Thought we already agreed on Natsuki. That is true, but also like... Oh, either way. Yeah, even with that. Okay, but anyway, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music for a second. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Unsurprisingly, Natsuki won. Alright. Yuri, you're really talented. Well, but Natsuki has a point. I think that I rack my brain. I rack my brain in an attempt to back myself up. I think that conveying feelings with few words can be just as impressive as well. It lets the reader's imagination take over. And Natsuki's poem did a really good job at that. Yeah! It did, didn't it? Shows how much you know. That's not... Natsuki, I think that's enough. Huh? Me? But she was so mean to me. Natsuki's voice whines. Look, what we talked about yesterday was right. Writing is a really personal thing. And sharing it can definitely be hard. It looks like we learned that today. Even small criticisms can lead to something pretty heated. I glanced over my shoulders. Sayori is nodding vigorously. Yeah, so... You don't need to feel threatened. You're a great writer, Natsuki. Natsuki's voice gets caught in surprise. Thanks for noticing. That's funny. She finally mutters that, barely audible. Yuri. Yuri looks at me dejectedly. With a face like that, I can't help but feel bad for her as well. I'm sure that Natsuki didn't mean everything she said, so you don't need to feel threatened either. Well, if you say so. Hey! It's not like you need to apologize for me, Luna. Sheesh! Natsuki takes a breath. Natsuki glances around the room. But everyone stops staring at me? Unsurprisingly, Natsuki has a harder time with it than she boasted. Sayori and Monica look away. Anyway, the thing about your boobs, I didn't mean it, okay? That's all. Natsuki looks away, avoiding eye contact with people. Yeah, you're naturally beautiful. What a sentence. What a sentence. What a fucking sentence. Sayori? I'll go make some tea. Eh? Let's just try to help. I'm sure she appreciated it, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulders. Well, now that we're past that, everyone's read each other's poems, right? I hope that it was worthwhile for everyone. Especially you, Luna. And to be honest, it's a nice change of pace from the lazing around we got a little too used to. So my joining the club was responsible for ruining the atmosphere. No, not at all, not at all. Not at all, boy! There's still time before we go home. So we'll all relax for a bit. Of course, besides chatting, we do literature related things in the classroom, or in the club room. It's a classroom, same difference. So maybe you can take the chance to pick up a book, or do some writing. After all, that's what the club is for. I disagree, Monica. No, that's wrong! Eh? About what? That's not the most important thing about the literature club. The most important thing is having fun. Of course. Well, I guess that's why you're the vice president, Sayori. Hi, Charlie. In the end, though, Monica's right. Being in the literature club probably means I can't spend all my time doing nothing. But in the end, I guess it's been worth it so far. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. Luna, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends, too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can do a better job at impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Luna! Ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. Pew! Truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. Can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori? About what happened earlier. Eh? What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No. That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. Phew. You know, Luna, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. I think everyone really likes you too. That's... Every day's gonna be so much fun. Looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but... Does it really need to stop there? Okay, Jesus, dude. This motherfucker is scheming. We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. Oh, here we go! Alright. Target is Natsuki. Kitty. Bunny. Rainbow? Fuck! I fucked that up. Poof! Yeah, I was gonna say. Cute? Yeah, that works. Fluffy. Bubbles? Yeah, okay. Vertigo. No, not Lust either. No. Play? Fuck! Hello, everyone. Yo, what's up? Email. Actually, okay, that one works. Doki Doki. That's an easy one. Giggle? Oh, we've got this in the bag, dude. Bye, Chad and Wuna. I'm gonna try the new Smash DLC. All right, have a good one. Have a great one. Strawberry? Yeah, okay. Kawaii. Anime. Ribbon? Jesus Christ. We're doing a lot better now. Vanilla? Skirt? Playground? Shiny. Blanket. Boom. Easy. Fucking GG easy. Let's go. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. You cracked at poem making. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, Luna. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. That's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack? No thanks. Eh? That's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Eh? Why that, all of a sudden? No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori, it's just... I mixed nervously at Sayori. Yeah, Sayori, retrievously. Her coin pursedly. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its components' contents spill onto the desk. Seriously, Wuna. Only 2 small coins fall out. Damn, you're broke. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How did you even know? It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming into the club room. So either you're not hungry and wanted to make an excuse to walk, or take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. And so that only leaves the one option. So I give up. Don't make me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. I want to make a Guilty Gear reference so bad, but I won't. Yuri suddenly giggles. Eh? I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Yuri, tell Wuna to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Jesus Christ! Yuri, good lord! She just needed like $1 or $2 for like a stack. What the fuck? I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed in my book. Ooh. I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way you could think that. You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I had to accept the revolution. Retribution. That! Still, coming from you, Sayori. I guess there's a little devil inside of all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori. Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Pwap! Kya! Ow. What was... A cookie! Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution. Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki, that's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. So good. Oomph. Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth. I bit my tongue. Going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie. Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah, why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, then wraps her arms around her. Jeez. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayori... Natsuki glances around. Monika isn't in the club room. Where's Monika anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today? Not me. Yeah, I haven't either. It's a bit unusual. I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She's probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. Eh? You don't think she has a... I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. That's true. Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Eh? Monica chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed. The fucking shit they say, dude. I wouldn't chat. How are you all doing? Pretty good. Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monica quizzically glances at me. Ah, never mind that. What held you up anyway? Ah, well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kind of just lost track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. I must have not heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware that you played music as well, Monica. I don't really. I kind of just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano. Chat, if you're not already in my Discord, consider joining. I post whenever I go live and all that wonderful stuff. Every announcement I make is there first and foremost. As well, be sure to read the rules. They are there for a reason. That's so cool. You should play something for us, Monica. Monica looks at me. Maybe once I get a little better, I will. Yay! That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Luna. Monica smiles sweetly. Ah, I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. And I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I choose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. Looks like everyone's already settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Okay. It's not long before Natsuki comes up to me expectantly. Yeah. Don't worry, I kept my promise. I put the first volume of Parfait Girls out from my bag. Natsuki takes it from my hands, then quickly turns it over, presumably to check for wrinkles. I'm not that careless. I handle manga all the time, you know. I just wanted to make sure. Can you blame me for being paranoid? I don't give people my manga every day, you know. That's true. I don't blame you. Anyway, let me put this one back. I'm gonna get the next one, okay? Natsuki makes her way to the closet. I follow. So you're gonna tell me everything you thought, right? Where did this volume leave off again? I forget. At the end of the chapter when Minori and Alice found Monica! Natsuki's voice resonates out from inside the closet. I peer inside. All of Natsuki's books are lined up on the top shelf. Did you move my manga again? Sorry. The teacher got mad at me for taking up so much space in her closet, so I had to move some stuff around and clean up a little bit. It's all still there, I just had to organize it a bit. The top shelf is far above Natsuki's head. She makes a futile hop, trying to figure out how to reach her manga. Jeez, this is so inconvenient. I'm moving all these back down. There's plenty of room on these shelves. And besides, they're really pretty to look at when they're all lined up. Why would you waste that on the top shelf? Natsuki. There's a stool on the wall there. In the closet, there's a collapsible stool that's hanging on the wall. If you want, I can reach up there and hand them to you. I can get them myself. Natsuki grabs the stool from the wall and unfolds it. Think I'm too short or something? Yeah, kinda. I mean, I knew it! Well, you know what? Just watch me. Natsuki hops onto the stool, which ends up being a little wobbly because of its collapsible design. Careful. I know what I'm doing! Standing on the school? Yeah, standing on the stool, Natsuki's fingertips reach the top shelf. The stool would be enough for me to easily grab the books, but Natsuki is being stubborn as usual. Natsuki uses her fingers to scoot one of the smaller boxes to the edge of the shelf. See? Yeah! The box suddenly tips. Natsuki barely catches it before it falls to the ground, or the floor. Same difference, actually. The stool wobbles. Whoa. Losing balance, Natsuki hops off the stool. Thankfully, she was able to stay on her feet. She holds the box triumphantly. There! Having almost fell, Natsuki's a bit shaken up. Jeez. No need to prove yourself to me. There's no way you'll be able to get the bigger boxes like that. I can reach them, so just... I said I can do it! I don't want your help, okay? I'm gonna get a chair, so just hang on. Natsuki forces her way past me out of the closet. Let's see... The classroom chairs have their desks attached, so they're too inconvenient to fit into the closet. Aha! Natsuki trots over to the teacher's desk, which has a computer chair behind it. She rolls it on its wheels back over to the closet. It's a little dangerous since the chair swivels and rolls. But I've already learned my lesson, so I keep my mouth shut. Natsuki climbs onto the chair, then slowly balances onto her feet. Since she refuses my help, I take a seat with my back against the side of the doorway and simply watch. Aha! There we go! See? I can easily do it now. Natsuki grabs a stack of manga and bends down to put it on the shelf below. Oh, the chair swivels. Natsuki catches herself on the shelf. What are you doing? Can you at least hold the chair steady instead of sitting down or sitting and doing nothing? Who was it who told me not to help? Yeah, I got you. I hold the chair while Natsuki reaches back up. I can... Oh, come on, man! Come on, dude! Please! Come on! I force myself to turn away. Natsuki seriously didn't think this through. Once she realizes I'll be dead. Hup. Natsuki wraps her arms around the Parfait Girls box set, easily the largest one on the shelf. Heavy. Hey, Luna. I don't think I can bend down without falling. Hurry and take this one. Then I have to let go of the chair. That's fine. Just for a second. Hurry up. Alright. Let me just stand up. I slowly release my grip from the chair. What do you mean, stand up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Natsuki looks down at me. Why are you all the way back? Natsuki looks like she just realized something, but she'll lose her balance if she moves. Natsuki, the box! What are you looking at? Oh my god. You're trying to look at my... Natsuki's legs shake. I'm not, I was just... Natsuki, don't try to move! Just give me the box. You perv! You set me up! Go away! Get out! But I'll do it myself. The chair suddenly swivels between Natsuki's feet. Natsuki! Kya! The scene turns to chaos in a split second. The chair flies from under Natsuki's feet. Frantically, I try to catch her. The box topples out of her hands and the books go flying. I got you! Ah. The full force of Natsuki's body against mine throws me to the ground. A whole bunch of books pelt me in the face. Natsuki tries to shield herself with her own arms as her face lands straight onto my chest. My right arm and my back seriously felt the impact. A little too close. Slowly, Natsuki comes to her senses. Ugh. She presses her arms straight onto me as she props herself up. Natsuki seems to realize that it's not the floor that's beneath her. Gross, gross! Ah! A fist pounds into my chest. Natsuki then hoists herself to her feet. What were you thinking, you sicko? Everything okay over there? I heard a loud noise. Monica suddenly peers in. Monica! See what happens when you put the manga on the top shelf? Are you trying to kill your club members or something? Jeez. Sorry. Oh, and one more thing. It seems like your most recent club member is a total pervert. So I hope you're happy. I didn't... Somehow it's impossible for me to explain this whole bizarre situation to Monica. I didn't do anything, I swear! I know, don't worry. Monica says that quietly to me. Looks like I'm off the hook. Oh no! My... Eh? I look down. Natsuki's kneeling on the floor, holding one of the books that are scattered all over. There's a large diagonal crease along the page that she's desperately trying to smooth out. I must have landed on the page. Natsuki tries a bit more to fix the crease, but she can't get it out. Suddenly, she gives up and slams the book shut, then throws it on the floor. Instead of continuing to yell, she just lowers her head. Oh. Oh. Natsuki, are you... No! Natsuki's voice squeaks. I see tears on her face. Ah. I'll help get the crease out, okay? It's partially my fault, so... Natsuki shakes her head, still looking down. No. I don't even care that much. I'm just... having a really bad day today. Natsuki sobs again. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I really didn't mean to. It's fine. Is there anything you want to talk about? Natsuki shakes her head. Just... every day. It's so hard. I just want to come to the club and... Natsuki falls silent again. I can't press her, so I can only do what I know how to do. Alright. Well, I'll help clean this up. And I'll move the rest of your manga for you. Ah. I pick up volume 2 of Parfait Girls. We'll set this one aside. This'll help cheer you up a bit, right? We can get started on it once I'm done here. Natsuki looks up with her glossy eyes. Her lip quivers. You're really nice to me. Eh? Sounds really strange coming from Natsuki. I didn't expect it at all. Well, I'm just treating you like a friend, you know? Natsuki lowers her head and stifles another sob. I'm not sure what happened to her today, but being nice is the least I could do. The next couple minutes are silent between us as I begin gathering the scattered books. I make sure to slip them into the box in their correct order. After a little bit, Natsuki starts helping. It isn't long before we're done, and I hoist the box onto the shelf where Natsuki wanted to put it. Then I get on the stool and quickly finish moving the rest of the books from the top shelf. Alright, that should do it. I hop off the stool. Natsuki averts her gaze. Thanks. It's nothing. Natsuki's holding the volume I set aside in her hands. Alright, I'm ready. Good. Even if you weren't, I'd make you anyway. You're taking responsibility for what you said. The thing about cheering me up. If you insist. Hi, Bambi! Thank you for the 12 months. Or I guess a whole year. I am back and I have a gun now. I think I have a better one. Oh, hold up. I wasn't prepared. Hold up. I think I have a better one. Where's... Hold up. I need to search it. Bam. There we go. Okay. Anyway. We sit in the same spot as last time, and I open the second volume. Natsuki's mood quickly improves, laughing and pointing things out to me. She's surprisingly sharp, making note of a lot of subtle repeated jokes and background elements. In the end, I'm pretty impressed by how everything ties together in this manga. I guess Natsuki has good taste after all. After some time, Monica gets our attention as usual and it's time to share poems again. Guess I'll be holding on to this for now. Yep. Even you sound more enthusiastic this time. Well, I'm starting to get into it, you know? Told you. Yeah. I return to my seat and slip the book into my bag. Neat. Okay, who we starting with chat? Whomstiv. Who we thinking? Just straight to Natsuki? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Yeah, fuck it. Okay. Natsuki reads my poem. She keeps glancing at me, then back at the poem. By now, she must have read it more than once. Who are these people? What do you mean? These are our classmates, Bambi. What's the confusion? Is it that bad? No, it's not. It's good. It's really good, okay? There, I said it. This wasn't supposed to happen at all. Why can't you just be bad at this? My poems are supposed to impress you, not the other way around. You're trying to impress me? Obviously. You think I'd let you enjoy Yuri's writing more than mine? Give me a break. Well, in that case, what's the problem with me trying to impress you? I'll tell you. Natsuki's face freezes, like she just realized something. You're trying to impress me? Natsuki vigorously scans her eyes over my poem one more time. Then the poem splits out holy shit, slips out of her hands and flutters to the floor. I have to use the bathroom. Red-faced Natsuki quickly walks out of the room. Hey Luna, did you do something to Natsuki? I just saw her rush out like that. You didn't do anything terrible, did you? No! I just told her that... My voice gets caught in my throat. There's no way I could tell Monika that I'm trying to impress Natsuki. Monika sees the poem lying on the floor and swiftly picks it up. She reads through it, her smile not fading from her face. I see. You wrote this for Natsuki, didn't you? I mean, not really. In fact, didn't she like your poem a lot the other day too? I'm surprised you know her taste so well already. Are you sure you're not cheating, Luna? Cheating? What do you mean by that? Never mind, I'm just kidding. I didn't understand Monika's joke at all. Anyway, how do you think Natsuki feels about you? Oh, you don't need to answer that. It was just something for you to think about. Hey! Natsuki comes up and snatches the poem out of Monika's hands. Neither of us had noticed her re-enter the classroom. Did you read this, Monika? Of course, I liked it. Ugh. You should really stop reading things that aren't for you, you know? You have a bad habit of doing that. Eh? But Luna wrote this poem. And we're supposed to share with everyone, right? Ugh. Natsuki freezes. She apparently forgot my poem is technically for everyone to read. Okay, well, I think Luna's done sharing this poem with everyone. It's not like anyone would want to read this anyway. In fact, I'm just going to hold on to this. If you insist. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Ugh. Never mind. Ah, Natsuki. I'll give you the poem, but that's still not fair, or that's still not very fair to Sayori. She hasn't gotten to read it yet. So what? Well, I guess Luna's right, Natsuki. It's not fair if you don't let everyone finish reading it. Fine. Natsuki returns my poem. It's not like she's going to like it, though. Anyway, read my poem now. And no, I won't let you keep it. No, I didn't drop it in dirt. Grow up. Alright. Poem time, people. Get ready. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wrinkly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone. Well, that's harsh. Holy shit. Spiders aren't that great, Amy. Grow up. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's was way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think that was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyway, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. And it helps people realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of this poem is an ignorant jerk. Do you know people like that? Of course, it's about how everyone thinks my... that doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid if people find out, they'd make fun of you or think less of you. That just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes, as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Well, you're definitely right. At least I can relate to that. I'm sure a lot of other people can too. You know, I'm glad that you can appreciate this kind of writing. I mean, I know I was talking about that yesterday, but I've been enjoying sharing my writing with you, so... Hello, yo, what's up? Doing pretty good. So consider yourself lucky, okay? Well, thanks for being honest. What's that supposed to mean? I'm always honest. Jeez. Just look forward to tomorrow too, okay? Alright, I will. Neat. Who's next, chat? Who next? Who we chatting to now? Actually, I'm gonna let y'all pick and then I'm gonna run some ads. As per usual, though, if you don't want to get ads, consider subscribing, whether it be a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. Any and all support is greatly appreciated. However, if you cannot subscribe, sit through a couple of ads here, and you're helping support the channel regardless. Sayori? Okay. Gotcha, chat. I got you. Anyway, ad time. Let's go. Ooh. I like this one, Luna. Has some nice feelings in it. Ah, I'm glad. Does that mean it's better than yesterday's? Let me think. I don't know. I guess I like them both. That's not very helpful, you know. Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. That's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place. Sorry, I had to yawn there for a moment. Yeah! Me neither. Ugh. Why don't you at least try giving it some thought? Aw, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet. Yeah, right. You're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point. Eh? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep that in mind. Well, whatever. Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah. I like things that are happy and things that are sad. Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori. Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can give the rain cloud a little hug and make a nice happy rainbow. Sayori, that's unexpectedly poetic. Eh? It is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Luna. I should go write that down then. You can read my poem now, okay? Alright, poem time. Okay, no, actually time to read. Bottles. I'm sorry, I read the first line. Okay. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all of the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go. Like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't seem like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done, I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, and shards all over the floor. They're supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo. Inside my head. Oh. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this? Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was gonna write the best poem ever? Yeah, but... I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monica taught me a whole lot. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's almost kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good. So you should be proud of it. Ah, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah. Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Okay. Who next, chat? Yuri or Monica? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's probably gonna be Yuri, is it not? Well, it's even now. Come on, don't be shy, chat. Who we picking? Alright, Monica it is. Hi again, Luna. That was kind of silly with Natsuki earlier, wasn't it? I'm glad the two of you have been getting along so well. That's one way of putting it. Anyway, I've already read your poem, but you can go ahead and read mine now. I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Oh, okay. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust, an endless poem of meaningless. Load me. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. No, I didn't drop it in dirt, Monica. It's just kind of a thing I've never really seen before, I guess. It's kind of like, I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem about is the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You'll never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Everything is fine. Totally. Alright. What's up with Yuri? Are you still mad at me? Eh? For disrespecting Natsuki yesterday. Because reading this poem, now I know why you got mad at me. Because you prefer her writing over mine. That's not really true. Meaning when I disrespected her, I disrespected you too, didn't I? Oh no. Yuri, you might be reading into this a little too much. How could I be so stupid? I always let these things happen. Whenever I think before I speak, I just come off as awkward and unlikable. If I speak without thinking, the things I want to keep inside come out and make people hate me. So, please don't force yourself to be around me. I know this is what Monica wants. But it's not fair to you when you could be enjoying your time with Natsuki and Sayori. Yuri, please. It makes it easier for me if you don't express any concern. Besides, I have my books with me. That's all I need. Yuri smiles sadly and puts her head down on her desk. I'm frustrated. I don't hate her, but it's as if she's not capable of listening to me over her own thoughts. I sigh to myself. All I can do is accept that that's how she is. If she wants to be left alone, then I have no choice but to abide to that request. Oh. What? 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 But we just didn't even read her poem. What? Okay. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front room, or front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? We won't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Ah, sorry. I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monica? Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is we're also going to let anyone else come up and recite poems too. Sayori's putting it on all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Did you really think it was that bad of an idea? Well, no. It's not a bad idea. I didn't sign up for this, you know? There's no way I'm going to be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys. No, Sayori. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone else until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So, I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, that will inspire others to do the same. And the more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Yeah! It's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Do you want to share that with others? Or don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members. The least we could do is help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Ugh. Okay, fine. Guess I'll just have to get it over with. All right. Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone's expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice. That's everyone. You're the best, Yuri. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're gonna practice reciting them in front of each other. No way! Monica, this is too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poems in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Of course. Now let's see. Monica flips through her notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands behind, not between. Standing between the podium is just like literally no clipping. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Ahem. Monica begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monica finishes her recitation. Dude, I don't know words. The four of us applaud. Woo, 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 yeah, woo. Yay. Monica takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monica. Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next. Oh, wow. Yuri's fired up all of a sudden. Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances over at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happens when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns and in structures that she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back to reality and glances around her as if she's bewildered, or as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save this situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards. We give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were so caught off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back to her seat. Fucking damn, she just zoomed. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri's down for the count. Okay, I guess I'm next then. Sayuri hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks up to the podium. This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled. Sayori, it's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting to yourself, like in front of a mirror, or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out best that way. I see. Okay then. Sayori begins her poem. Somehow it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it, but hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it! Good job, Sayori. Even Luna liked it. I guess that's a good sign. What does that even mean? Came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do it in front of people. The next time, I'm gonna make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know. Okay. Now who's next? Natsuki? Don't make me go before Luna. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Luna lower everyone's standards a little bit before I have to do it. God damn, okay. Sheesh. Fucking roasted and toasted. Okay. Natsuki. It's fine. I might as well get it over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry I'm not really good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that'll improve over time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki. Yeah, I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way over to the podium. The poem is called... Why are you all looking at me? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Hi Issa, how's the stream going? Pretty good. Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down, as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. And then the people exit off of the bus with the Down with Sis shirts. She huffs back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. Better not make me do that again. Well... Do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's just my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so... Well, I guess in that case, you won't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival's coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow and then we have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. All right. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monica, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Yep. Look at you two, always going home together like that. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? Jeez, guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? Yeah, like what? It's okay, Luna, you don't have to say it. Whatever, let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today Sayori's being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori. Sorry, I was spacing out. No wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... I mean... Sayori fumbles with her words. So let's just say that one day, Natsuki asked to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? You're kind of putting me on the spot here. She's putting me on the spot. We're going the Natsuki route, so we're going to answer I would walk home with Natsuki, but God. Talk about making me feel bad. I feel so bad saying this, dude. Walking home with Natsuki, huh? Just the thought of that make my heart pound. I mean, I think I would be afraid of what she'd do to me if I turned her down. Isn't she so cute and fun to be around? That has nothing to do with what I just said. Haha, you admitted it. Jeez. There's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen. Well, maybe. I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore, you know? Need you? Sayori, I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now. Sorry. Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. Conversation trails off, and I'm left feeling awkward. It was kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't just lie to her. But if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time. Alright, is it poem time? Thank God. I can give my voice a slight break while we do poem. Let me also just... Oh, there's autosave. Never mind, we're fine. Precious? Oh, that's... Okay, fair. Who the hell is Socks? Okay, that's Natsuki. Okay. Bunny. Ribbon. Doki Doki, that's an obvious one. Suicide, Jesus Christ. Milk? Okay, that worked. Sparkle. Wait, no, fuck! That was the wrong one. Whistle? Okay. Papa, I know that one works. Vanilla? Okay, okay. Pink. Fluffy. Puppy. Games? Dude, this poem sucks. Pain. I mean, it rhymes. Marshmallow. Sugar. Philosophy. Cute. Kawaii. Melody? And silly? No, that's Sayori. Okay, fair enough. We're fine. We did fine anyway. Oh man. I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano? Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I'm super happy that you're willing to help out for the festival too. Ah, I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great. Eh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki? Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival, but it's a whole day of school where you get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. Sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden. Monica, do they usually have fried squid? Squid? It's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You of all people? Eh? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name. Mon-ika. Eh? That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation. Yeah, so the joke is that Ika is squid and you get the idea. Ah, never mind. Let's just focus on our own event for now, okay? Fine, fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway. Excuse me? Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori is sitting at a desk in the corner of the room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori. I wave my hand in front of her face. Eh? You're spacing out again. Ah. Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else. Huh? Is everything alright? Of course! Why wouldn't it be? Just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things. Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Sayori shows me a big smile. Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Well, alright. If you say so. I worriedly glance at Sayori before turning back to everyone else. But the conversation already dispersed, with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monica if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approach Monica, who's shuffling through some papers at her desk. Luna, what's up? Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh? You think so? I can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monica peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there's something on her mind? I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Luna. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She always talked to me about things that bothered her. But this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No, It's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her. And I also care about the well-being of my I cannot speak, holy shit. Well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Eh? Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Luna. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayuri talks about you more than anything else, you know. Eh? She's been so much happier ever since you joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayuri is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different to how it's always been. You're so funny, Luna. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful? Because that's just how she is when she's around you? Ah, I said too much. I'm sorry, what do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. Alright. Monica smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monica stands up from her desk and walks across the room where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down to Sayori and gently talk to her. But she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and sit myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and to have fun with everyone else. But that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. But there's nothing I can do besides wait for Monica. Hey you. Eh? I look up to see Natsuki next to me. Are you just gonna sit there and keep staring at nothing? There isn't that much time, so... Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry or anything. It's not like I'm worried. It's just... Natsuki glances down at her side. She's holding a volume of manga in her hand. Oh yeah, that's right. Something just came up for a minute, but we can get started now. I won't make you wait any longer. Jeez, now you're making me feel like a jerk. If something's bothering you, then you can just tell me to leave you alone and I will. I mean, assuming you didn't like talking about it, or assuming you didn't feel like talking about it or anything. She practically mumbles that last part. Nah, I'm probably making it seem like a bigger deal than it is. I've just been thinking about Sayori, that's it. Or that's all. Sayori? Thinking about her? Yeah, she seems pretty down today. But she didn't want to admit it to me. So I can't help but wonder if something happened to her. Oh. Natsuki exhales. Well, first of all, you should really work on your phrasing. But anyway, you're her best friend, right? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Then in that case, I think you should trust her a little more. If she needed you, then you would be the first person she would go to, right? Well, I guess that's true. I mean, some people just have those days. You can't always avoid it. If anything, she probably doesn't want you to worry about her because it's not important. Yeah, that's kind of what she said to me. Maybe it's not right for me to go against her wishes. Exactly. If she needs you to worry about her, then it'll be a lot more obvious. Yeah. I should have thought of it that way from the start. Natsuki fiddles with the book she's holding in her hands. She really means a lot to you, doesn't she? Ah! Don't get the wrong idea or anything. We've just been friends for a long time. It's normal to be worried about your friends. I mean, you were worried about me, so... I was not! Jeez, if you're fine, then let's hurry and get started already. Yeah. Okay. Okay, everyone. After some time passes, Monica calls out to the club room. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monica and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. Oh, here we go. Let me get hydrated first and foremost. Okay. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say you guys probably want to start with Natsuki. I feel like that's a given at this point. Just gotta stretch. Natsuki, okay. Let's see. You're certainly enthusiastic today. Of course. You know I like your writing. I'm just surprised. It seemed like you had a lot of trouble admitting that before. Well, of course. Just had to put you in your place a little bit. It's not like I was shy or anything stupid like that. Or jealous. I really wasn't jealous. Just because you happen to be a good writer? That's such a dumb thing to get jealous about. Natsuki. What? You're not very confident about your writing, are you? Eh? What are you talking about? My writing is obviously the best. Right? Took me a while to figure it out, but I think I finally did. Maybe Natsuki acts so arrogant because she's trying to make up for her own insecurities. If she acts like she's the best, then other people might think that way too. Right? Wuna? Please just tell me you like my poems. I don't care if you hate them. Just please tell me I'm the best. I just really need to hear that from someone. I know I sound stupid, but there's a reason I never shared my poems before this. Natsuki, because nobody ever takes me seriously. What's the point in sharing my poems if people just laugh and say, that's so cute? Just like you, Natsuki. Sometimes I don't want to be cute, but nobody understands that. I try really hard when I write. The style doesn't matter. The emotions are there. Why can't anyone see that? I just want... Natsuki trails off. Maybe it's because her lips started to quiver. I look down. Her fists are clenched really tightly. Hey, Natsuki. If you're not careful, you'll rip your own poem. Gently grab the poem with my own hands until she relaxes her grip on it. Also, ad time, I guess. Since Vfru redeemed it. Alright, chat. Running 3 minutes worth of ads here. If you do not want to get ads, consider subscribing, whether it be a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. Any and all support is appreciated regardless. You can just watch a couple ads here. Boop. Ad time. Anyway. Place it flat on the desk and smooth out the wrinkles that she put into it. Don't read it. Before I can pick it back up, Natsuki searches or snatches the poem up from the desk. It's not any good. I know you hate my poems, so you don't have to read this one, okay? But I want to read it. Well, why? Because I like your poems. I really do. Why would I judge you for your style? It's not like my own style is anything crazy. I mean, it's true that the first time I read one of your poems, I didn't look much into it. But I know you better now. And it's wrong for Yuri to think your style is more amateur than hers. And Sayori, she always means well. But sometimes she's so focused on simple happiness that she doesn't understand what people really want. Yeah, I guess I never really thought about how hard it is for you. I'm sorry if I was part of that problem. I understand now. You're not just cute, you're a lot more than that. Ah, Natsuki, you're doing it again. Once again, Natsuki clutches her poem a little too hard. She looks down, hiding her eyes from mine. I never realized how difficult this was for her, but finally she forces herself to extend her arms and set her poem on the table. You can read it. Just turn that way. I don't want you to look at my face right now. Okay, I will. Oh my god. A lot more to this than I expected. Okay. Because you. Tomorrow will be brighter with me around, but when today is dim, I can only look down. My looking is a little more forward because you look at me. When I want to say something, I say it with a shout. But my truest feelings can never come out. My words are a little less empty because you listen to me. When something is above me, I reach out for the stars. But when I feel small, I don't get really far. My standing is a little bit taller because you sit with me. I believe in myself with all of my heart. But what do I do when it's all torn apart? My faith is a little bit stronger because you trusted me. My pen always puts my feelings to the test. I'm not a good writer, but my best is my best. My poems are a little bit dearer Because you think of me. Because you. Okay. Why are you looking at me like that? If you don't like it, then just say it. Don't get mad. No, it's not that I don't like it. It was just a little surprising to read. I guess I'm not used to hearing such nice things coming from you. Just don't say that, dummy. What do you think the point of writing is? Expressing things you can't just say. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry for missing the point sometimes. I always mean well, and I'm happy that you showed this to me. I liked it. Well, yeah, I'm a pro, so Natsuki mumbles, completely failing to sound confident like she usually does. Just remember that I can think of these things sometimes too. You know, when you're nice to me, it's meaningful. Ah, I'm glad. Sensing Natsuki is satisfied, I start to hand the poem back to her. But as I do, Natsuki takes my hand and pushes them back away. Her small, soft hand surprised me with their assertion. Did you have to include that part? Like you really didn't. Anyway, I don't want it. Eh? Why not? I just don't. Jeez. I realize what Natsuki's doing. Unable to be honest, she's trying to give me the poem in a roundabout way. Well, in that case, I'm going to keep it. Instead of teasing her, I choose to go along with it. Good. If you didn't, I would... Never mind. Just, I'm glad that you want it. Natsuki backpedals on her words and leaves it at that. Despite her best efforts to hide her expression, I can see her faintly smiling to herself. That's all for now, so... Go put it away before someone sees, okay? Ah, yeah. I'll go do that. With that, I return to my seat so that I can put away Natsuki's poem. Okay. Who are we showing our poem to next, chat? Who we thinking? Two immediate Monikas. Uh-oh. Monica? Okay. Alright. Guess we're going Monica. What did I miss? Just more of the usual. Alright, let's go. Monica. Hi, Luna. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people? I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands. Sticking with the Natsuki style once more, I see. You really like Natsuki, don't you? Eh? That's... Oh, come on, Luna. It's awfully suspicious. She said... why? Make your jokes, Chad. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ooh, sus. Oh my god. Spending time with her in the club room every day? Pretending to like the manga she's into? You know how Natsuki is. If I don't indulge her, she'll end up hating me. Eh? I think you're misunderstanding, Luna. It's not like Natsuki just hates anyone who doesn't give her what she wants. Yeah, she's assertive, but she's not that selfish. In fact, I think you're the only one who's indulged her as much as you have. Yeah. Okay. Nice. That's so. Kind of knew that, but I just didn't want to admit it. So, I just need to ask one thing of you. Be careful, please. Natsuki's kind of unpredictable. A lot of times, she doesn't even know what she wants. After all, she's the youngest one here. She might not know how to handle her own feelings properly. What I'm saying is, if something bad happens, then it could end up damaging the club too. And you wouldn't do that to me, right? I'm not sure how to respond to Monica. While I care about her in the club, it's also kind of unfair to bring that up. Well, you're smart. I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Monica smiles sweetly. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. Okay, here we go. The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall and fall and fall even more, gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. Jesus Christ! You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything. It was kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone else. You mean one-dimensional? Ah, yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way. It'll make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Alright. Chat, while I give you like 2 seconds to pick, I will be right back. Hello. Sorry for the wait. Alright, so what are we picking? I would say it seems more in favor of Sayori. Yeah, it does. Okay. Sayori it is. It's nice, I guess. Come on, I can already tell you don't like it. Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Probably Natsuki. Eh? I didn't write this for anyone specifically. Maybe. That's not really what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. You're happy too, right? In this club? Well, of course I am. Good. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Luna. Sayori? Is there something wrong? Huh? No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today. Alright. Just tell me if you need anything. I will. Don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now. If you insist. Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. Sayori? Tell Monica I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wanted to read a poem though, but okay. Yuri doesn't look too enthusiastic about spending time with me. I guess if she changes her mind, she'll come to me. But I should leave her be for now. What? 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 What the fucking okay? What the fuck? What, they just fucking hate me now? What the hell? Jeez. Well, anyway. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out... Hold on a second. It's just me, or did you say something strange just now? Eh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? You are just spamming in my chat. Relax. Jeez, why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Ooh. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe. Look, the only thing different is that Sayori isn't here. Ah. Seems you're right. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around. Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee. Natsuki, please show some decency. Oh, come on. Actually, she wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright. Seriously? Of all the times to not go home with her, you pick the time she's not feeling well? So much for you two being all lovey-dovey. Ah, no. First of all, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. And second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. Oh? That curious expression coming from Yuri of all people? Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier, and everything's fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so... let's decide what everyone will be doing this weekend. I already know what I'm doing. That's right. Natsuki will be making cupcakes. We might need a lot of them in different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki? Challenge accepted. And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can, guys, you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know? Now Natsuki's pouting too? Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never gave Sayori enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around. That may be the case. But if I can't also be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to help with set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that. I love atmosphere. Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great. You'll be wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Luna. The one who's truly useless. Don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It'll probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. This game is boring. There is no voice. It's like reading a book. Very boring. You clicked on a game that is a visual novel. If you wanted exciting gameplay, you shouldn't have clicked the game that is a literal book. I don't know what you expect. You clicked on... Look. It's book. It's a book. It's a book with pretty pictures. I don't know what you expected. Go back to class. You gotta read more. Also, I'm reading it for you. You don't have to read it on your own. I'm reading it. Anyway. Is Monica suggesting I spend the weekend with one of my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a bit of help. Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monica's going to give me a choice. And you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. It don't say book, it say Doki Doki Literature Club, not book. Oh no, he's right. No, he's right. You're right. You're right. But no, he's right, guys. That is true. That is true. Let's see. Well, what does Twitch categorize this as? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Chat, I got some bad news. Chat, I got some real bad news. Shit. We've been reading this whole time? Oh, fuck. Chat, holy shit, you're never gonna guess what I found on the Steam page. You're never gonna guess what I found on the Steam page. Holy shit. What? Chat, they forced us to read. What the fuck? What? This isn't a game, this is a book. What the fuck? Thank you, Woody, for the 8 months. Reading equals bad game. Very true, very true. Dude, they forced us to read. Simulation, indie game, visual novel, RPG, adventure game. Yeah. So you saw it. You literally just pointed out how you could have seen it. Got no one to blame but yourself. You mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own. Luna may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations. Hold on, I never said that. How hard could it be to make a few decorations anyway? Can you at least do different voices? Different voice, different character? Thanks. Alright, I got you. Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Luna to. What are you saying? It will be extremely meticulous work, and baking isn't. Just what do you think? Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Luna to decide how he would like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten the chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in. You literally just said. I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying, though. Jeez, can we just settle this already? Yeah, Luna, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Ah. Of course. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. You are not good at voice reading, sorry? Yeah, my bad. Jesus Christ. Chat, Twitch lesson 101. I don't give a fuck if you're a foreigner or not and English isn't your first language, cause motherfucker, it's not mine either. Don't be rude. I don't care how old you are, motherfucker. No excuse. Shut the fuck up. Alright, anyway. Also, yes, don't like it? Leave. Content creators are expendable. Do I say something in a way you don't like? Do I read bad and you don't like it? Fucking leave then. You can probably find someone you like 1,000,000 times better than me. Just gonna be honest. Content creators are expendable. Luna, I don't like how you say this line. Cool. Find someone who you like how it says it and bam. Problem solved. Luna, I just don't like you. Chat, how do I ban someone? Chat, how do I ban someone? Asking for a friend. No, but legitimately, what's going on? We had a dude trying to be like, oh, this game's boring. Then why are you sticking around watching? Or I just joined back to? Yes. Well, we're going with Natsuki, because that's who we chose early on. Boop. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. You guys made it sound like a lot of work, so I could probably use 2 people. Don't worry. Baking is a ton of fun. Wanna make me mod since I am D's nuts? Chat, how do I ban someone again? I need a refresher real quick. No, he said, don't actually ban, don't actually. No! Oh. Can you unban them? I like these nuts, they're funny. There you go. Alright, well, welcome back, these nuts 00567. Alright, anyway. Just a minute ago, you were saying that... That's because... Never mind, okay? Well, anyway. You'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it, after all. Ew. Way to kill the mood, Yuri. Sheesh. That's... good. Even though Yuri's being melodramatic, it's a little hard not to feel bad. Eh, Yuri's a big girl, she'll get over it. So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about? No, I think that's it. Are you guys excited? Yes! Everything except the performance is gonna be awesome. I don't think that really counts. What about you, Luna? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested in to see how it'll turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri? She's still sulking. Natsuki starts pouting too. It's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not just be that. I think Yuri might just be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something to do for her, and then nobody offering to help? That doesn't mean... Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look. Natsuki goes over and puts her hands down on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're gonna help make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too, but we are gonna make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way people... that'll be really important for the way that people feel during the performance. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit. Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other direction. You didn't really mean that, did you? Not really, but Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monika and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki of all people to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say in a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make it a really great event. Yeah. Yeah! I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today, so I guess it's time for us to head out. Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so... Fair enough, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Yuri out of the door as they chat between each other. Where are you going? Eh? We still need to figure out our plans for this weekend. You literally would have gone home and realized you didn't have any way to contact me. Oh, that's true. I have no idea how it slipped my mind. Jeez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? Better not make it weird or anything. Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me her number. Okay. I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients. Wait! You're coming to my house? Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? I mean... Just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house. Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over at my house. My dad would kill me. Really? It's kind of strict if you ask me. Yeah, how do you think I feel? Can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just need to complain for a second. Or needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over. Alright, fine by me. Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love bacon so much. So you'd better look forward to it. Oh? Didn't you say you were just gonna give me the dirty work? Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like in front of everyone. But I was looking forward to this. Wait, really? Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so... Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. See you on Sunday. Ah! Never mind. Okay. I can't believe this! Natsuki is going to be coming to my house on Sunday. Sunday! My anxiety shoots through the roof. Even though I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point. There's no telling what might end up happening when we're outside of school. More than that, she told me she was looking forward to it. Is this the chance I have to make something happen between us? Or is it too early for that? Only time will tell. But until then, I won't be able to take my mind off of it. I seriously can't wait. It's already Sunday. Oh, just like that. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We sent each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. Hey, when I'm back, what I miss? Fuck it, I don't know how to summarize it. Just more of the same, honestly. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't heard a thing from Sayori since she left the club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decide to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we made it a habit of entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already strange of her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her bedroom, where I finally find her. Sayori? Hi, Luna. I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? I guess you're right. It's been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now. If you came over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. That's because I ended up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monika told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about festival preparations, right? Ah, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monika today? Of course! I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. Ah, so it's just me and Natsuki then. Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So... Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Luna. Eh? Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Sayori. I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Ah. Sayori gives me an empty smile. You really put me in a trap, Luna. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just saying it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? Really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Luna? I guess I have no choice this time. thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. That's why I want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her? Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Eh? Why is it that you've never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even if there's only so much I could do. Hello, I am back. Form timeout. I don't know why it was timeout. It was constructive criticism. I was to wait. I wanted to help make your content better because it is boring to me. You are better now because you feel sad when you talk. I've done it, chat. I've done it. I've officially done it. I have achieved maximum content. Anyway, get the hell out of here, Serbia. You were rude as hell, so you gotta get the hell out of here. Practice being less rude. I'm not gonna sit here and try and grill and own you now. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. You were being rude. Be less rude to other people. That's it. Anyway. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. You don't understand at all, Luna. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes. But it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. I'm pretty sure the large majority of this is indeed from the original, because yes, I remember the bat line very well. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why. That's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No, Luna. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everyone could be like it always was. Or if everything. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tears streaked down Sayori's face. I made you join the literature club because I was selfish. And I was punished by my heart hurting in a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. That's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grab Sayori's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace. Ah! Luna. Sayori. I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. Please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Luna. Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. No, don't do this to me. Please don't do this. Luna, Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. All I want is for her to know that I care. If you have it in yourself to call yourself selfish, or if you have it in you to call yourself selfish, you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. And if there's anything that you need me to do, you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Gently, Sayori puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Luna. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too. Sayori lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. The festival's tomorrow. Yeah. It's going to be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise. I think that would be nice then. Yeah. Sayori wipes her eyes. Yo, thank you, Artie, for the raid. Welcome. Well, I was gonna say, spoiler warning for Doki Doki if you haven't already been spoiled, but we are in major spoiler territory. But, yeah, welcome. We're playing Doki Doki. Very serious part. It's got the sad music. That's how you know how you're supposed to feel, of course. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you do that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. But I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki's about to come over too. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. We're playing Doki Doki. Yo, huge raid. I think Sayori's right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely gonna have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. Hope you all both had a great stream, by the way. Spend only a few minutes back at home anxiously awaiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside the front door. Without delay, I open the front door to let her in. Sup? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than her school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in. Okay. I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki's carrying a large bag that's probably full of baking supplies. I'd fucking hope so. How else are we gonna bake if there's no baking supplies? You know? Oh, you know? I was trying to see if there... I see there's a... hold up, chat. I'm cutting music and everything real quick. I see there's an unban request. Hold up. It's from none other. It's from none other than Serbia. So okay, let's dissect what Serbia dropped for us here. Hello, I've practiced less rude. I am sorry. I wanted to help. Please unband. I won't bother anymore. I am sad. Sorry. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll need to give it time to think. I'll need to make sure they really think it over. And I'll need to make sure they really think over what they've done and the rudeness. And by that I mean, after like a day or two, they'll probably stop fucking caring, so. I'll say yeah, Cameron, they were being kind of rude, so yeah. Unironically though, even if I felt like unbanning them though, the way I see it, if you give people like a good day or two to really reflect, they're like, oh man, okay, I'll stop. So yeah. Anyway, back to Doki Doki. They had an epiphany. Why is that word? That word is so funny. I don't know. Anyway, didn't come all this way just to find out that your kitchen wasn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki asked me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home. Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. Surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that rather than something snarky like she usually does. Why do the beans have glasses? What the hell? That fits weirdly well. Could it be that she's a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. Are we not already in the kitchen? What, you're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Where's your hospitality, Luna? Come on. Since when do I need to be a gentleman? Or since when did I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki holds out to me. Ugh, it's ridiculously heavy. I carried that all the way here. Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I am impressed, Natsuki. It seems like I always underestimate you. It's because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk. Natsuki hits a fist into my chest. Instantly, it leaves a hole. I am dead on the floor. Hey, your size has nothing to do with it. Also, I'm trying to remember. Is this not how Buffsuki fucking got created, like the meme where it's just Buff Natsuki? Anyway, it's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like providing or proving. Yeah, proving. Why did I think that was providing? Proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. Why bring that up? Because Buffski's really funny. There were a lot of memes that came out of Doki Doki, but that was one of the really funny ones. Most of the other ones weren't very good, to be honest. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. But, geez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? There's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What? That's a little bit more like you. It's more fun when you speak your mind like that. Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? Just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean you should treat me like fucking what now? Okay. Not what I expected. Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki, forget it. I didn't say anything. I should apologize. Eh? I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. You should have been a little more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know that there are a ton of guys who are. Oh no! Why would you say that? Why? Dude. Why? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Don't say that. Jesus Christ, dude. How would you know that anyway? Oh God. Just trust me on the. Change the subject. Change the subject. Gross. Hey, is that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get started already. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. How is someone supposed to act? Finally found your weakness, Luna. Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. Fucking suplexes Natsuki. Puts her through the goddamn table. She's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flour, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mixture isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking. Luna, where did you put the food coloring? The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course. Well, fair. Fair. Like actually, no, that's very fair. What the fuck else would you have used it for? Like duh? I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. Ah, that's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? Ah. You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so... Come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all. Can't you at least try to have fun? I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki's trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. Ah, that does look pretty cool. See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation's where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if just looking at it makes everyone's eyes lighten up. Jesus Christ, words. Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes, and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah. Maybe I will use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring. Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I got stuck with a whisk and a huge bowl for the icing. Why are you doing the Natsuki route? Is it because you've already played this before with another route? Well, chat decided it, so yeah. Why did chat choose this path? Don't shoot the messenger. The icing's still all lumpy. Are you even trying? Well, yeah. It'll just take a little longer. Jeez, I'll be here all night if you do that. Here, look. Natsuki grabs the whisk from me and uses her other hands to tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it. After a few seconds, the consistency of the icing has already improved. As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same. Hey! Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing, eh? Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger toward the bowl. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next. I like to see you try. I push harder, just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some with my finger just as Natsuki tugs with all her might. Ah! The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn. Gross! You got it on my face! Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. Natsuki, no! No! Natsuki, get off the PUBG bridge! No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Joke that I shouldn't make. Don't worry, guys. Someone will clip that and post it in like 4 years and be like, can you believe Luna was making this joke about this word he shouldn't say that he didn't say, so it was just a joke and didn't matter anyway? Unbelievable. How could he? Yo, what's up, Bali? She tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away. Jeez. You know what? Take this! Natsuki instead wipes it off her finger before shoving her finger toward my own face. You wish. I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Hello, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Natsuki tries to use her other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well. Oh no. I'm gonna be real. Natsuki's my favorite character in this game. This is easily my least favorite part of it all. Just gonna be honest. Not until you apologize for calling me gross. Fine, fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know. Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me. Shouldn't tease girls like that. Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. What is he doing? I take Natsuki's finger and put it in. Oh no! No! Dude! Dude, come on! Dude! Jesus Christ. What? Did you seriously just... Natsuki's so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red. Luna. You really shouldn't do that kind of things to girls unless you really like them. You know that, right? Yeesh. What kind of question is she asking me just like that? How did the mood turn to this so quickly? Natsuki gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breasts. Why do you have to describe this in particular? So the developers of this game were into some weird shit. It's just anime nonsense, I suppose. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Eh? Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going. What? Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet. No wonder. You left a dirty tray in there, dummy. Luna, do you want to deal with the unban request, or do you want the mods to do it? It's best to ignore it at this point. Now, chat. Twitch, some quick Twitch etiquette for you. If you get banned from someone's stream, going on an alt and saying, hey man, can you unban me? Don't do that. No streamer likes that. Absolutely no streamer likes that. Also, that's just, that's just not gonna work. like who in their right mind would be like, oh dude, no, he's right. It's like, dude, either wait and eventually get unbanned, or just chill. You know, a wise man once said, daddy chill, you know? Followed by, what the hell is even that, right? Truly inspirational words. My god. Should have checked before turning the oven on. Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez. Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops. Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now. Yeah. The tension from that moment still lingers over our head. Heads, I guess? Yeah, heads. Misread. But the moment has already been lost. Thank fucking God, dude. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing, like nothing ever happened. Side note, someone mentioned the fact that, like, the other routes also just have, like finger shit in them, which I'm realizing, like, wait, no, that is true. I'm pretty sure Yuri has a similar thing, where main character just, like, fucking puts her fucking finger in his mouth. And it's like, Dan Salvato, Danny boy. All right, man. I'm not gonna sit here and like criticize you, but I'm gonna sit here and be like, hey, man. All right. To each their own, I guess, dude. To each their own. Ah, that smells so good. The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. Isn't Yuri the pen thing? No. We're talking before that. Like, if you were to have gone with Yuri's route and you were at this point, it was like something else. I think she like gets like a cut on her finger or something, and for some reason, the fucking main character is like finger in mouth, and yeah, okay, I remembered it correctly. Yeah, that was weird. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room. Look at how cute they all look. She proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They'll look even better once we add the icing. Not like you needed to tell me that. I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Does Sayori have a route? I'm trying to remember what the hell you do for her... for like her point of this game, but I genuinely do not remember. I think I vaguely... I don't know. It's been so many years. And there's also been like different bits changed to this game here and there from when I first initially played it and so on. Anyway, Natsuki hands me some plastic bags. I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This one can even make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time though. What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has a much thinner tip than the others. This one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like, happy birthday or whatever. Huh, I see. That gives me an idea, actually. Eh? Well, it's a literature event, right? We can make it more literature-themed by writing different words on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcakes based on a word they like. I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid. But that's actually a really cute idea, so... Maybe I'm getting it from you. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute. Come on. We're not at school, nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute. Jesus Christ, be more subtle, why don't you? Oh my lord. Natsuki's voice trails off. Same with you. Eh? You say something? So wait, when does the new stuff come in? Good question. I have absolutely no idea. Yo, these nuts, chill. Relax. Let's just do the icing. Natsuki picks up the paste and fastens the nozzle on each of the bags. There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Sorry, man. Nah, you're good. Just keep that in mind. And you're golden. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Without giving me a chance to think about before, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, and then we each get to work. When we were finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work. Look at how pretty they are together. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Oh, I wish I could have one now. Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that. Well, yeah, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite. Sayori's the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, we'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner. Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we'd have time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner. Ah, already? That's a shame. It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance. Man, as usual, Natsuki places the blame on me. You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you can probably do it in one trip. Okay. Real quick, before I continue on here, chat, I'm gonna run about 3 minutes worth of ads. If you do not want to get ads, consider subscribing, whether it be a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. Any and all support helps out the channel greatly. Anyway, ad time. Let me get hydrated real quick. It's been a little bit since I hydrated, so my throat's a little dry. Hi, Minnie. Alright. Yeah, I can do that. And don't worry, I won't let her eat any. I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you. Ah, yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me. But at that point, it felt like she couldn't listen to me at all. Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today. You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki's about ready to leave, or already about to leave. Feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that, did I even take the opportunity to get closer to her like I wanted? Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all the help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki. Eh? But you said before about not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga or go out somewhere, do you really mean that? Natsuki looks at me tensely, like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah, I want to spend more time with you. Luna, I thought you only cared about getting this done. Ugh. Sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so... Whoa, they were suddenly very close. Whoa. Whoa. Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Natsuki. Standing inches from me, Natsuki looks up at me. Yeah, that's the jump scare, guys. I can feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt as if holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breath saying, why would you... Oh, why do you have to describe this? Why do you have to describe this? That's way too descriptive, dude. I felt it for a while now. What? Whoa, Natsuki suddenly jumps back. Sayori? Eh? Oh. Ah. Hi, Luna. Sayori? Just now, we weren't... It's okay, Luna. I just stopped by to say hi. Ah, well, you should have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so... Oh, really? That's too bad. Yeah, well, I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later. Clearly flustered, Natsuki hurries off and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today. Well, I tried staying in my room. But my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come over here and see it for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki. And how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you've made such good friends. That's all that matters to me. Tears start to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Luna? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear. Sayori, don't say that! It's true, Luna. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You don't have to put up with me being selfish. Monika was right. I should just... Monika? Monika was right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not gonna let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't a burden, or caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. Something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm gonna be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. But Sayori looks away, put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Luna. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Luna. I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And... It's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? Do you still believe me? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need the most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. Oh my god. Oh, chat. I'm sorry, but you made this decision, chat. Chat, you guys were the one who made us go the Natsuki route. Now you must live with the consequences of your actions. You'll always be my dearest friend. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. Monika told me the truth. She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined the club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult things or feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best and what will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll get things back to the way they were. Also, yeah, it's just so funny seeing chat just be like, no! I see. Sayori forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression. Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest? I should write a poem about this. Sayori! It's okay. It's just my punishment, remember? For being so selfish. So please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down that path. That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear. And the other thing. You're also right that I just wanted to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, Luna. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So, Sayori's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees. Okay, I'm not voicing that. That's just actual pain and agony. Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. So shocked that I don't know how to react. Sayori looks over her shoulders and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. Sayori! I'm left helplessly standing in the front of my house. Why am I feeling so horrible about this? There's nothing more that I could have done. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her. I kept wondering if I should be doing something more, something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. I'm going to give it everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest friend. And I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day. Okay. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering the phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki's already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too. Luna! You're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika's placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monika would like and submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. And I suddenly feel awful, knowing that it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all? You should take a little responsibility for her, Luna. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. Kind of left her hanging this morning, you know? Exchange? Monika, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? Thank you. Thank you, how would that be said? CLX? I don't know, regardless. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 to Mini Tea Leaf. Appreciate ya. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you dropping a sub. Thank you so much. Anyway. Hope you're all doing well. Prepare yourself, chat. About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so... Don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Eh? Monika's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill go down my spine after hearing that. Hey, you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desk. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognize Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Oh. Oh. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. Ah. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Wuna? What's wrong? Ah, nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm going to get Sayori, so... Ah, well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? Yeah, this OST's crazy, y'all. I quickly leave the classroom. Okay, I'm just making sure the sounds are actually still working. Don't strain yourself. Monica calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? Random, but does the unlock sub-emote completely unlock it forever, or does it have a time limit? 24 hours. You have the emote you unlock for 24 hours, just as a heads up. Anyway. What was I thinking? Should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to do, or to at least wait for her, or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things would be the same as they've always been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer, since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. Can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house? Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy. There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppress the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession? That has to be what pushed her over the edge. Her agonized scream still echoes in my ears. Why did I do that to her when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? It's my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. I just spent more time with her. Walked her to school. Gave her what I know she wanted out of our relationship, and I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life was worth more than hers. I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never. Never. Never, never, never. Well. Something seems a little off. Who's a new character? I can't tell, dude. All right, chat, let's take a quick little break here. I am going to order myself some goddamn food. But also, I want to get some more water. Just a quick breather. It's a lot to take in. Things got pretty heavy there. How are we all doing? How are we all holding up here? Jesus Christ. Just got back from Walmart. Okay, is this your first playthrough? Nah. Just bought the plus one. Oh, okay. Doing all right. Question I've been thinking is, how's the ending going to be since this is... No, we're playing on PC. But that is a good question. I don't know how this would be on... I don't know how they're gonna do like the delete stuff on console. I have actually no clue. Gonna have a trial session for a job I got hired to? Fuck yeah. Good luck. You got this. First time watching this, I'm wow. Ooh, Jesus. Hey chat, if you're enjoying your time here, consider joining the Discord. Wait, do they have their own? Oh, fair enough. Anyway, as I was saying, chat, if you're enjoying your time here, consider joining the Discord. I post whenever I go live and all that wonderful stuff. Every announcement I make is there first and foremost. As well, be sure to read the rules. They're there for a reason. Hold up. I'm wondering what the hell I want to eat. Just joined. What I miss? Nothing much. Yeah, no, not much. Not much. You're good. All right. I'm just gonna order some food from like a local like wing place that I like. Why not? Why the fuck not, dude? Yes, sir. Chicken. Yes, sir. Not Wendy's. No. Fucking crush these wings. Shit still has half the skin on them. Dude, I forget. Did Dan Salvato make the music for the game as well, or did he like do it with like other people? I don't fully remember, but I swear he like did or something. Think he did. Let me check while I'm ordering. Why not? Sorry for the wait, chat. Obviously, we've been here and I've been reading an absolute shit ton for like 4 fucking hours. Nah, we're gonna finish this all in one session. We're gonna finish this all in one session. Yep. Yeah, he was the composer. Damn. What a talented man. Holy shit. Yeah, we're gonna finish it today. Why not? Quickly becoming one of my comfort streamers. Take a break if you need one, it's alright. Already doing so, do not fear. Yes, there is more. Is it gonna get worse? Yes. Yes, it is. Chat, you know what sucks? I had ordered a brand new controller. Because I've had my PS4 controller for a lot of years, and as good as it is, I've heard a lot of great things about the PS5 controller, so I was like, fuck it. I want a new controller. I've heard the PS5's controller is real good. I was like, fuck it, why not? Let me get it. Heard it's real nice and comfy. This shit arrived today! What fucking chance am I gonna get to use it when I'm playing a goddamn visual novel? I was hoping it was supposed to arrive yesterday. I was hoping I'd be able to fucking use it. Maybe for like a Yakuza session or something. But no, here I am, staring at this dumbass controller while I have anime girl book on my screen. Truly, life is cruel. Truly. Anyway. Okay. What the fuck? I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention that she might draw to herself. That girl is, okay. She must be Spanish. You know, there's a lot of dialects. There's a lot of different Spanish dialects. She must be Spanish. It might just be one I don't know. It must be like Chilean Spanish. My neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend that, yeah, I've already read that. Used to walk to school together on days like this, but kids like you should be something sans. I don't know, dude. But if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let whatever catch up to me. Oh my god. Okay. It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. Oh. I always tell myself it's about time I meet some girls or something like that, but I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. No, there would be. It would just be the super cringy ones who say shit like ugu, kawaii desu, watashi wa Wuna-san, sugoi desu ne. I believe that was barely a coherent sentence. Anyway, the school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Luna? What? Whoa! Monica? Are you alright with people cosplaying your avatar? Yeah, why not? It's pretty simple as well. Although, might be not the most convenient because, okay. I don't know if people have realized this. I am shifting the design of my character over from the hoodie to the suit. And to anybody that ever plans on doing anything like that, I apologize in advance. But yeah. As long as everything's appropriate. All good. Ugh. Oh my goodness. I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right? Ah, yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talk, but we were in the same class last year. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for anyway? What? Music? Music, hello? Oh, I've just been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Okay, just gotta make sure all the sound is actually good. Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? About that. I actually quit the debate club. Really? You quit? Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major club. Feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. What? Oh, God. Okay, that scared me for a second. A literature club. Literature? That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? It's kind of embarrassing, but there are only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I can see that. But it's not really boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature too. Look, man, anybody that says manga is not literature has not fucking read Chainsaw Man. That's all I'm saying. That's all I am saying. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right? Does Monica say she? She? You know, eyes pop out of head, you know, a wooga, whatever. You get the idea. Hey, Luna. By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but... in that case... is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but... if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out. Awesome. You're really sweet, Luna. You know that? It's nothing, really. Shall we go, then? I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica and her irresistible smile. I dejectedly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. I'm back. And I brought a guest with me. Oh, chat, look at the back. Look at the back. Look at the map, look at the mark sheets. Hold up, let me cover that. Let me cover that up. Hold up. Don't worry, chat. I got you. I got you. There we go. You're fine. You're fine. You're not seeing it anymore. Whoa! Oh, that actually scared me. Oh my god, that actually fucking scared me. Jesus Christ. Eh? A guest? Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club, Luna. The sensor's gone? Yeah, I know. All words escape me in this situation. Yeah, this is... okay, so there's a lot of things in the game that have a random % chance of happening. And that is one of them. I saw that in my original playthrough. It's fucked. Anyway, this club is full of incredibly cute girls. So let me guess. You're Monica's boyfriend, right? What? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you. So, I ran into Luna in a classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Wait, Monica? Didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you brought anyone new? I was gonna, well, you know... Sorry. I didn't forget that, but I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? Yeah, that would be great. Why don't you come sit down, Luna? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monica and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward. Hold up. I look at the bottom right of my screen, and you know what I see, chat? You know what I see? Fucking Yahi, dude. I'm putting this man on blast. Oh, while I have my screenshots open, this is insanely like out of nowhere, but hey chat, I've been watching King of the Hill with some of the Rough House boys recently, and it's been really fucking good. Like, we finished season 1 last night, I believe, and it's insanely good. Anyway, here's a picture of Boomhauer, just standing there, menacingly. Anyway, really good show. Highly recommend it. It's really fucking funny. Anyway, still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monica. So, I know you didn't really plan on coming here, but we'll make you feel right at home, okay? Have you seen Boomhauer with dang old drums? I don't think I have, no. As president of the Literature Club, it is my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. A lot of this is stuff we've already seen. Just making sure y'all realize this. Especially when there's something that doesn't grab attention, like literature. I'm not gonna read each and every line that we've already read, but I figured I would like read still like most of it, in case anyone missed it or anything. Make school events like the festival that much more important. Confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki? Well, I guess. Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the least, like, enthusiastic fucking agreement. Oh my god. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monica must have really worked hard just to find these two. Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Yuri? You keep a whole tea set in this room? You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yeah, I had to, okay? I had to. Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. I don't like tea, so I can't, like, agree with Yuri or anything. You're worried about the tea set? I'm worried about something else in that room? Oh yeah, good point, good point. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know, I believe in you. Or I believe you. Teen reading my dude, okay, we've already read this. We've already read this. Faintly smiles to herself in relief. What kind of things do you like to read? A manga. And then Natsuki's like, and then yeah, you get the idea. Not much of a reader, that can change. Our boy is big shrimpin'. You get the idea. Traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. Yep. Already read this. Already read this. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious that by the way her eyes light up when she finds comfort in her or in the world of books, not people. Sky here, what's up, chat? Not much. We're just chilling. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. The way those two sentences come together reminds me of a fucking Martin Cabello video. Where he's just like... So anyway, someone asked me what I thought about murder. Or just some shit like that. I'm gonna head off because I need to finish homework and I want to sleep tonight. So, all right, have a good one. Take care. Appreciate ya. It's a shame Martin Cabello's not as much of a meme as he used to be. It's fine though. It's fine. Read a horror book once. Yeah. Bitches be like, my life's a book. Yeah, bitch. I don't know. Like Of Mice and Men or something. George dies. Some fucking like 10th graders like, dude, what the fuck? I actually forget if it was George or Lenny. I forget. Great book, by the way. They're still talking about the same bullshit. It's fine. Don't they both die? I forget, actually. It's been a very long time since I read it, but I remember obviously the whole shock value and the whole thing that everyone remembers of Mice and Men is the one guy shooting the other out of the two. God, that was such a good book, though. I was talking about this to Beef last night, but like, dude, fucking schools making you do like reading logs and shit literally made me hate reading. It was the goddamn worst shit ever. It was terrible, and it made me absolutely fucking hate reading. However, it's funny because then in high school, what made me kind of actually come back to reading was books that we were made to read in class, such as Of Mice and Men. What else did I read? Death of a Salesman. What else? Fucking Native Son. Native Son was another one I really fucking liked. But that one is really fucking sad. There is just no happy ending or no solace to Native Son. But goddamn, is it a good book. Books are so interesting, but the assignments made me not read them. Fair. I don't know, because I read those, and I genuinely thought like, wow, these are actually amazing. Now, obviously, that's not to say there's not bits of either of the books that are, yeah, Fahrenheit. The Fahrenheit one's also another one. Yeah. Which one's about the pearl catcher guy that ends up accidentally killing his kid? I don't know. What is up with so many of those books and just like, oops, accidentally killed someone? I just realized this was a slightly different line. Yuri going, I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now we have a new member. Why Omori? What? What's up? Omori moment? What's up? Oh, because okay, fair. Never mind. I just realized. I just processed. Do you agree with us as well? Hold on. There's still one problem. And then I'm like, guys, I'm not joining the club. Can you stop? As I was saying though, I'm gonna be honest. Most of what I read nowadays is just straight up manga. That and like dialogue in games. And honestly, that has done way better for me as a supplement to reading than any actual reading books has ever done for me. Just gonna be brutally honest. Because I have a bad attention span. Meaning, unless there's cool visuals or cute anime girl in front of me, dude, how am I supposed to focus? Where's the kawaii? How am I supposed to enjoy this if there's no kawaii or big buff man ripping off his shirt with a tattoo on his back? And then he sings the funny Dame Dane song, you know? I guess I need to tell you the truth, Luna. What's up? The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. And I've been trying really, really hard to find new members. If I don't find one more before the festival, I'm defenseless against these girls. Yeah, I would feel terrible letting everyone down. Yes, you just like girls. Yes, I get it. One by one, the girl's eyes light up. Something mind beam, I don't know. Memes. Scare me for a moment. Yeah, super pissed, so happy. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so that we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Luna, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting we have that in the background. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? Okay. Guess I'll be on my way then. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow then. I can't wait. With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the 3 girls, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. Just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Alright. Whoa! I've unlocked a special poem! Yeah, let's read it. Things I like about Papa. I like when Papa comes home early. Papa cooks dinner, gives me allowance, spends time with me, asks me about my friends, asks me about anything, gives me lunch money, comes home before sundown. I like when Papa cooks, gives me privacy, doesn't tell me how to dress, doesn't comment on my friends, doesn't comment on my hobbies. I like when Papa comes home without waking me up. I like when Papa keeps food in the house, uses his inside voice, leaves my stuff alone. Accidentally drops coins on the couch. Too tired to notice me. Too tired for anything. I like when Papa's too tired for anything. Jesus. Alright. So, let's figure out what's let's hang out with Yuri, right? You guys like Yuri, right? Dark. Tragedy. Frightening. Depression. Cry. Wrath. Fear. Defeat. Melancholy. Judgment. Inferno? Unrequited? Make the poem equal to both of them? Oh shit. It's a little late for that. I don't know, I was just thinking of leaning more towards Yuri since we already fucking dealt with Natsuki and stuff, you know? Unrestrained? What the fuck? Disoriented. Anger. Oh wait, no. Contamination. Philosophy. Disaster. Existence. Agonizing. Jesus Christ. Hi again, Luna. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Ha 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 ha. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. Hey, is the song okay? Yeah, whatever. It's the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Whoa! Thanks for keeping your promise, Luna. Hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh my god, come on, like he deserves any slack. What? What is this Dutch angle? I don't know if you plan to come here just come here and hang out or what. If you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. What? Monica! Excuse me! Excuse me! Come on. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature. Natsuki sits down in his seat. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. No, with a gun. Bam. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might be interested in picking up a book to read? Well, can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now. So it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. Ugh. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. No, it's not that, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club. So even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just feel like, well, as vice president and all, I should help you get started on something you might like. Why is the class crooked? Like an earthquake or something, you know? It happens. The school's just tilted a little bit, chat. That's it. That's all it is. I didn't want you to feel left out. So I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. Exactly, Tilted Towers. I love how 2 of you motherfuckers make things. Now 3. This just like I love the immediate like 3 Tilted Tower jokes. Yeah, so-called free thinkers when Tilted Towers. Dude, I miss Tilted Towers. You can read it at your own pace. Look forward to hearing what you think. Now that finally. Now that everyone's settled in, I expect Mana to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. Why is it gone? New map. It's been gone for a while. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki's rummaging around in the closet. Really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more. At the same time, I would feel bad distracting her from reading. Gonna be right back real quick, chat. My food is here, so I need a quick moment. Stick around. I will be right back. Ah! Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about the wait. Okay. I reckon we take a quick just break while I get my food out. How's everybody doing? I myself am doing pretty dang good. Gotta say. Slow your roll, Corno. Saw a video that messed with my brain. Okay. In my quote book now. Pardon me. Working on my aim on Apex so I get cool clips maybe? Okay, okay. Ah. Guy's sitting on the floor and moves like he's in a car, but he's sitting on the floor. The fuck? Chilling downstairs before I play with my cow. Okay, okay. Okay. The good thing is that this game is just a visual novel. Because otherwise I would be in a hell of a lot of trouble trying to figure out how on earth I would eat and play this. Luckily, it's not that difficult. I just gotta press one fucking button. Type of wings that I get? I got some pretty spicy ones. And then some lemon pepper ones. Because I like getting a nice bit of both. Let me get some food in my system real quick. And we'll get back into this. Because the problem is right now, we are at the point where things are fairly new. Since we're going to be interacting with Yuri and whatnot. No, this is not a mukbang stream. Dude, this food's fucking hot. Thank God it's not cold as shit, but still. That was the video I was talking about in Discord. Alright, I'll check it later. What route are we doing? Since we went with Natsuki earlier, we're going with Yuri now. That's the plan. Okay. Sorry I'm taking so long, chat. Food is good. And if I'm gonna be talking a fucking lot, I'm gonna need food. Was that really the end of Natsuki's route earlier, or is there more later? I'm not fully certain. I don't remember very well. kind of sauce on those wings. It's like habanero and something else. How is it? It's Doki Doki. That's for certain. Awesome. Yeah, true. Yep, true. Yep. Chad, have we necessarily gotten to like outright new shit, or has it been subtle stuff that I didn't realize? Like new facial expressions or something. Subtle stuff? Okay. Ad time? Sure. I mean, this is a perfect time for ad time since I'm kind of just eating. There you go. Oh, shit. Chad, I'm realizing there's one terrible thing about this. They didn't give me napkins. How could they? How could they do this to me, dude? What, am I just supposed to fucking wipe my greasy fingers on the monitor? Like what, dude? Baluna, who does napkin? Should have kept that one in the drafts. Definitely would have been a flop tweet, just gonna be honest. Would have maxed out at like 20 likes. Just jealous you didn't think of it. Don't make me steal it. Don't make me steal it now, B-Dub. Come on now. Don't make me be the content creator I am and not make up my own original content. Chat, how's everybody's week been? I know this is really casual talk, but I'm still eating, so may as well. We're in Act 2. I got a bit of a burger. Let me get that in my system. And then we will get back to actually playing. I promise. Promotion, being the new supervisor. Fuck yeah, dude. Big dub. Big fucking dub. Excuse me. Mental right now, it sucks, but try to not let it get to me. Hey, you got this, man. You got this shit. Push through it, and you'll come out on top. Week hasn't been the best, but I got to see my psychiatrist and did some work for my grandma for money. Okay. At least you got something, I suppose. Progress is progress. What the fuck? They gave me 2 whole ass patties on this burger. I'm not complaining, but I did not expect that. How would this go from Doki Doki Literature Club to fucking Doki Doki Food Club. Exactly, Wuna Burger, precisely. Making me really hungry. My bad, my bad. I had a very light breakfast, so I wanted to make sure I got some food in my system so I could really just finish this off. You know? No, not the dream burger. Hey, look at it this way, chat. With me taking my sweet ass time eating, you got time to get a snack. Or like some water. Don't get no soda or nothing. Get a fucking water. Don't do that to yourself. Now, I know you're sitting there thinking, oh, dude, but the soda. Nah, get some water. Take care of your teeth, chat. Precisely. But I love Pepsi. I get that. I get it. But sometimes the water can hit a little different, you know? Alright, I will be done here in a moment, chat. Sorry for the wait. A fat man's gotta eat. What can I say? Okay. Let me get my food moved. All right. Cool. Water in my system, and now we are going to continue. Again, apologies for the wait. That is the closest you're gonna get to a mukbang stream, chat. That is the absolute closest. All right, let's continue, shall we? Okay, wow, great start. Catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. Looks like the same book that she lent to me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Ah, crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable. Oh. That's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book you gave me, right? Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. What the fuck? Whoa! Okay. Okay. Not for any particular reason. Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book? Ah. Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... that's not what I meant. I mean... I just happened to buy 2 of them. I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decide to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Yeah, this is Act 2. Is that so? What's the story about, anyway? Well, I look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiments prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a little bit of a spoiler. But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. And not the thing about the limbs. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Jerry made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from nowhere. Ah. Are you a fan of that sort of thing, Luna? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, don't worry. I hope so. I totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen not just because someone wants... when horrible things happen not just because someone wants to be evil, but because the world is full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Thanks, Yuri. And suddenly... The hell did it say? No, it's still... It just actually said that, okay. Oh. Okay, well anyway. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writings fill my thoughts. My whole okay, can we read? No? Okay, no, that was something else. So sorry if I end up saying something strange, and please stop me if I start talking too much. I don't really think you need to worry. It just means you're really passionate about reading. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club, after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Whoa! Whoa. I mean, you don't have to, but... What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I just sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Ah! Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to, it's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in the company with someone. Or reading in the company, yeah, whatever, same difference. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri's in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. Looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry. I was just... Whoa! Whoa! Hey Yuri, what? Hey, what was that? Run that by me again? Okay. Whatever. I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, and I hold my book more between the two of them. Ah, I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Yeah, what chat said. What chat said, basically. Once we lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Feels like my left arm is in the way, so I just use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. Ah. I do the same with my right arm on the right side of the book. That way I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face She's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Eh? To turn the page. Ah, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. Ah, that's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me. Yeah. Thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. Yeah, finished? My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. Eh? No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really? I was just thinking, the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry. Thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never mind. I didn't even get that far yet. So I don't know why that came into my head. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Eh? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing is a little... My breathing? Yuri puts her hand on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water. Alright, don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Luna? Did something happen just now? Eh? I have no idea. Yuri's acting a little strange, I guess. So you don't know anything. Sorry, I can't say I do. Are you worried about her? Oh, no, not really. I was just making sure you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes. It's nothing alarming. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, why don't we start sharing our poems with each other? Eh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri? She might be a little while, so I figured we'd get started without her. Is that okay? Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up, make a mental note of where I left off in the book, and then slip it back into my bag. Alright. Well, we are not presented with many choices. Let's go to our OG Natsuki. Why not? Luna, if you're not gonna take this club seriously, then go home. What? Harsh. What, you expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put an effort. You'll start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about? Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. Have to go eat. Gonna watch the VOD when you're done so I don't get spoiled. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Alright. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you being here. Take care. To each their own, I guess. Anyway, I guess I gotta share mine now. Knowing you, you probably think it's stupid. Yeah, we already seen this. I like it. What? Just be honest, I am. Yeah. We've already read this. Yeah, and the rhyme at the end falls flat. Yes. What it means to be a pro. Okay. That was kind of how it went the same before. Alright, what's up with Monica? Hi, Luna. Having a good time so far? Ah, yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. Much better off just going with the flow. Alright, what's your poem? Come on. It's going ooh in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing, though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's totally given up on people. She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. That's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must be really starved for social interaction, so don't blame her for coming on a little strongly. Like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for some alone time. Suddenly the door opens. Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. We all started sharing our poems with each other. Eh? Already? I'm sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should go get my poem now. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. Okay. Let's see it. Is this the same as last time? Hole in the wall, but he wasn't looking at me. He was frantically glancing at my surroundings, but... Okay. But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings, but my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in the room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sounds of frantic scrawling playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. Yeah, I was gonna say, this feels way more like a continuation. It's very freeform, if that's what you like to call it. Yep, about the same. Not sure if I know how to put it. Guess you could say I had a kind of epiphany recently. Okay. Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. Try so hard to make it perfect, you never make any progress. Yep. Already got this. Alright, what's up with Yuri? As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. Like, something about Yuri just immediately saying that just reminds me of like that old interview with Future where he's just like sensational or whatever the fuck. It's like talking about cheesecake or something. I think it was a Nardwar interview. Anyway, what was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri first covers her mouth, but then she ends up covering her whole face. Oh, he's gonna hate me. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? Wow, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really. Huh? He stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her fingers along the words in the poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah, okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually yes. Yep, already read that. Not something you should be blamed for. Okay. Also hope that everyone in the club gives you valuable feedback. Okay. Never mind. Okay, shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. Not sure if Yuri's apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Alright. What's yours? Yeah, this is the same. This one's the same. Okay. Can't read that? It takes me a second, but I can read it if I try. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? Okay. Already read it, don't care, to desk. You got ice cream? Nice. Yeah, actually, the story isn't about ghosts at all. Okay. Yours was impressive too, so... If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end I enjoyed it. I'm going to do my best for you, Luna. Me too. Okay. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. Oh, it's back. Chat, it's back! Yep. That was a little more stressful than I oh no. It's as if everyone's judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monika's writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper. Uh-oh. What's with this language? Eh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. I guess you could say it's fancy. Ah, thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? I mean, you have to try to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it didn't really come out nice at all. I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me, I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. Don't expect it to change anytime soon. Luna liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Okay. This is just the same. Maybe you're just jealous that Luna appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh, and how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Ooh. But you know what? I was the yeah, okay, we've already read that. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you! Taking out your own insecurities on others like that? You really act as young as you look, Natsuki. Me? Look who- Whoa! 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 Look who's talking, you wanna be edgy bitch! Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone your mental age to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point! Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know? If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. Think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Well, be careful, you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad, you already do, don't you? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let Luna hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this. Ah! Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she just noticed I was just standing there. Luna? She's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. Oh my god. They're getting too close. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Whoa. Monica, can you move out of the way? Hey Luna. Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right? Can't even confront my own club members properly. Just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, then that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom. She quickly runs away. Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri's rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri? I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki. Or did. Luna, please don't hate me. Please. I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it by tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting's over, so you can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little bit longer. I'm the president, so I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. Kind of sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri. It's not that. It's not that. I just didn't get much of a chance to discuss my book with Luna. It would be embarrassing with you listening. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing trouble. But I really appreciate it. Alright. Also, hi, Avi. We're in the second act. Let's see. Misfortune, disaster, I don't know. Pleasure? Yeah, okay. Vitality, death, grief. Go midway between them? Okay, okay. Let me get the first 10. Climax. Oh, that's terrible. The first 10 I'm gonna do as Yuri here, and then the rest for Natsuki, presumably. Contamination, Inferno. Fear. Okay, now the rest, Natsuki. So, sweet. Blanket. Friends? Yeah, okay. Doki Doki. Email's an easy one. Smile. Twirl. Playground. Daydream. Bouncy. Yeah, there we go. Now we're like split evenly. Wonder how much that'll make any difference. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. Kind of a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Just entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back. Oh, what? You got a little something? Ah, hi Yuri. I'm not sure if it's just me or if it's Yuri's expression. You mean the one that I can't see? The weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Oh, there we go. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Yeah, Yuri's lagging. Natsuki's reading manga at a desk. Surprisingly, Monika isn't here yet. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday. I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we were just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I've already decided that there's no way you can be a bad person. And now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. Gotta head off. Bye, Chat and Luna. Alright, have a good one, Bali. Take care. Luna, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything is a little bit brighter with you around and... Sorry, what am I saying right now? Have you guys seen Monika? No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was. Man. Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either? Yuri is clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't. Jeez, this isn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Natsuki, about yesterday. I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said. And I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So, Yuri, what the heck are you talking about? Did you do something yesterday? Eh? Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries so much about the little things, aren't you? But I'll accept your apology if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kind of nice to hear, since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that. No, not at all. I don't hate you. Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial, though. Hey! Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was. I was not. What took you so long, anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I just kind of lost track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring, at least. Must have not heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monika. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, that must require a lot of dedication. So I'm impressed. Well thanks, Yuri. You should play something for us sometime. That's... Monika looks at me. Well, I'm working on a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little better, I will. That sounds cool. I look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Luna. Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much lately. I see. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club or just me. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. Chose not to bring up anything that the three of us talked about. Besides, Natsuki has already run off into the closet. Luna, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you'd like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club. Yeah, definitely. I planned on it anyway. Okay. Can we start now? Let's find a place to sit. I'm being a little forceful, aren't I? I'm sorry. My heart just won't stop pounding for some reason. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's nice to see you have so much energy. Yeah, but I need to try to calm down. I won't be able to focus on reading like this. Take your time. Yuri takes a deep breath and then pulls a copy of the book out of her bag. Okay. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's anything that can make my reading time any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm gonna plug this in at the teacher's desk and I'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerisms. Especially because of her long legs, Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You stay here. I won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Okay. Sorry for misunderstanding. 10 minutes pass. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decide to go look for her. Hello everyone, yo, what's up? Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. I start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. It sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale, like someone sucking in air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? Yeah. Okay. I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Luna, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything's fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. Shouldn't do anything, shouldn't do any less when I'm making teas for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything. Hoo-hoo. Like how you just keep reading normally. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's just, yeah. In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided that I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around, anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Luna. It's very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know how I can keep up with this. I watched Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Luna, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Eh? Why's that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading? Yes, I have terrible reading posture. So that's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. Ah, I have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies. I take it, since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but just being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally... Oh my god, dude. Dude, come on. Thank you, Oatmeal, for the 11 months. Hope you are doing well, Oatmeal. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. This MC is so horny. Sounds like y'all. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all of my willpower to focus on reading. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny to me. He's just like, no, I need to read. After a few minutes, I finally managed to relax a little. Sounds like you're projecting. No. No. I don't even like Yuri. Sorry, I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. Ah, that's okay, I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. Ah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Oh my god! Why are these particles moving? Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri is already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if this situation was completely natural. Is this a new story or old story? Well, this is the plus, but I don't know if we've necessarily gotten to, like, new shit, you know? Although the Yuri bit, this is just normal Yuri bit. This is just from, like, if you go down Yuri's route, this is one of the things you see. Assuming you go down it. Anyway. But that means I can't stop there, Jesus Christ. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Eh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Luna? Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Where's the music? Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't. Luna. Suddenly, Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Luna, Oh God. My heart won't stop pounding, Luna. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it, Luna? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her chest. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. Oh my God! Nice eyes. Smile check, chat. Go ahead. Drop a nice little smile in the chat. Oh, you didn't mean to? Well, you did, so it's too late. Smile's gotta be dropped. Jesus Christ, Yuri. Whoa, it's time to share our poems. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Hey, chat, who are we sharing our poem with? Oh, Jesus. That was the thing that happened. Uh-oh. Seen a lot of y'all say Yuri. We going back to Yuri then? After we just almost gave her a heart attack? Okay. I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? Luna. This one might even be better than yesterday's. How did you even pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing. Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. That makes me so happy. So amazing to feel like I'm valued, Luna. Everything that you write is a treasure to me. My heart pounds just holding it. Chat, someone DM me where Wuna's in game. We are in the second act, and I would say we're in the second act. I would say we're probably around halfway, I think. Something like that. I want to write a poem about this feeling. Is that bad, Luna? I'm not being weird, right? I'm having a harder time than usual at concealing my emotions. I'm kind of embarrassed. But now I just want you to read my poem too. Okay? Whoa. Oh, okay. Wheel. A rotating wheel. Turning in... What? What? Turning in an axle? Grinding? Bolt head? Linear gearbox? Falling sky? 7 holy stakes? Dock ship? Portal to another world? A thin hope tied to... Dude, I'm not reading all this. Holy shit. Why is it stained? She must have been eating like some chicken or something, dude. You know, like grease. Yeah, something like that. Can you tell Yuri to write it normally? I got you. Doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. Wait, my pen? That is, a pen fell out of your backpack yesterday. So I took it home for safekeeping, and I just really like the way that it writes. So I wrote this poem with it. And now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... can we pretend this conversation never happened? You can keep the poem, though. Oh, okay. Who we talking to, chat? Natsuki or Monica? Natsuki? Monica? Who we thinking? I don't know. Doesn't make the most difference, I would assume, but... I hate to say it, but Avi is actually right. Luna, I think you saw something earlier that you weren't supposed to see. I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty excitable when she's around you. Which shouldn't be a problem in itself. When Yuri gets too excited, she finds a place to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. Might even be like a sexual thing. But the point is, you've kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault though, but I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that would probably be best for her. I'm just playing this on PC. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in my in the head, and I know how to treat my club members. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Okay. Oh, okay. Save me. The colors, they won't bright... beautiful colors. Flash, NG, XP, NDNG, piercing, red, green, blue, and endless cacophony. Meaningless noise. The noise it won't stop. Vile. Creating. I just don't. King. Screech. Piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like play. Board on a turntable. Like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage. Endless. Often English. Deleter. Oh. Okay. Just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when, what am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Anything. Please help me, okay? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Oh, okay. Let's go talk to Natsuki. Like in a minute, it's better than the last one. It's nice to see that you're putting in some effort. That's good. Just make sure you find a little bit of influence from everyone. I think you're at least being influenced by Yuri a little bit, aren't you? I mean, I know you've been, like, spending some time with her or whatever. But, you know, Monica and I are just as good as her. At poems, I mean. So you should really try to learn something, or you'll never get better. Here's the one I wrote. I'll make sure you learn something from it. Is it the... Yeah, it's the spiders one. Okay. Let me just get hydrated. Okay. Anyway. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. It's way too short. I was just warming up. Okay. Message is pretty straightforward. Okay. Already read this. Now you're making me complain too much. What did I do? For what it's worth, I respect you. Well, I guess thanks. Still kind of obvious that you respect Yuri more, so... Whatever, we're done sharing, so you can leave now. You've unlocked a special poem. Would you like to read it? Sure! A dream. I was wandering an abandoned warehouse at night. I was lost, looking for an exit. I just wanted to go home. I came upon a huge empty room, its ceilings and walls beyond the deep blackness. My steps were quick in order to hurry to the other side or to a wall, anything. Suddenly the ground was no longer beneath my feet. I stepped into a hole of indeterminate width. I fell for a good 5 seconds before crashing into warm water. Figuring out which way was up, I surfaced myself. The air was humid and the sounds of splashing reverberated endlessly. My vision was completely swallowed by the dark. With one hand, I could feel the damp metal wall of the container. My lungs were already getting tired. Jesus Christ. Fucking... Damn, okay. That's... Sheesh. Okay. Not what I expected. Now, chat, that is why you take your normal pills. Okay, everyone? What the fuck? What? Oh my god, you can't see this, but my cursor on the game. What the fuck? Hold up, hold up. Hold up. I need to fix this so you can see my cursor. Look. 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 I thought it was something in the background. My cursor is Sayori. What the fuck? What the absolute fuck, dude? That's weird. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're going to keep it simple, okay? Look. I know everyone's been a little more lively ever since Luna joined, and we've started with some club activities. But this isn't the time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members. And the festival is our real chance to find more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members will just mean everything gets noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at it the right way at all. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? To inspire them to feel the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? The literature club should be a place where people can express themselves like they can, or like they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. So that's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival, even if it's something small. Right, Luna? Oh, come on. You can't take advantage of Luna to agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica. Do you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Jerry never even talked until Luna joined. As for me, I just like it better here than I do at home. And Luna isn't even passionate about literature in the first place. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only one who's so interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like this. I know you're president and all, but you really should consider our opinions for once. Monica is clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words. That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Luna want to get some more members too, right? I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I'd probably be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue this situation, no. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club. It's nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way as I did? That doesn't mean we're against getting new members or anything. Luna, why did you even join this club? What were you hoping to get out of it? Well, that's not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, if I remember, you weren't even given a choice to join. Or choice not to join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake? Now you've done it, Natsuki. What, me? Just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest? It's not about being honest. It's about word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for everyone in the club like that. You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't many places like that for me. And now Monica wants to take it away from me? She's not taking anything away. No, Luna. It's not the same. It won't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, at least for a little bit of time, things were nice. Natsuki starts packing up her things. I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now. Natsuki? Natsuki ignores Yuri and walks right out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. Kind of indifferent, I guess. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? Okay. I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now. I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Oh my god! Ooh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. What about you, Luna? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeats the same question as Monica. I decide giving an indirect answer is better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along, and for the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. That's what'll end up making the literature club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole would change too. I don't think that's necessary. What the fuck? Chad, did you see that? Oh my god. She's like leaking something, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, her eye. The fuck? Stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. Jesus Christ. So if you'd like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Alright. Maybe we can all talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods. Hey Yuri. Eh? I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that you're still a wonderful vice president. And also a wonderful friend. Monica. I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever. Okay? Me too. Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go, Luna? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm gonna chat a little bit with Luna before we leave. Just to see what he thinks of his time here and all that. It's important to me as president. Yuri looks a little troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. In that case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. Phew. Things have been a little hectic lately, haven't they? Well, I just want to make sure you're enjoying your time at this club. I'd really hate to see you unhappy. I feel like I'm kind of responsible for that as president. And I really do care about you, you know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. Without me, Natsuki isn't everything. Yuri being a little, you know. Sometimes it feels like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? But it's weird because all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I mean, I guess it's technically only been a couple of days. Sorry, I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I've been hoping to talk to you, or to talk about with you. Things I know only you can understand. Wait, no, not yet. No, stop it! Okay. Okay then. All right, let's see. Let's do the even split shit again. Sadness. Sensation. Uncanny. Melancholy. Whisper. Oh shit. Unrequited. Misery. What the fuck? Hey, wait a minute. The number isn't going up normally. What the fuck? Didn't notice that. So
So is this like the level select? It's kind of depending on what answers you give, leaning towards whatever character the most. You're given different interactions with them. Oh. Okay. Now the rest's just Natsuki. Yes, please make this easier for me. Holy shit. I wonder what happens if I click this one. Well, there's my answer. All right. Hi, Luna. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today. Monica, I told you not to... Is she really late again? Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki. Excuse me? Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling? What are you talking about? You say it like I do it on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Me? Nothing. Is it really that bad? See, it is something. I'll get over it. It's not even anything noteworthy. I've just been feeling a little on edge lately. Anyway, we don't need to talk about it. Well, I just feel like I needed to bring it up. It's not like I really care or anything. Oh man. I'm the last one here again. Oh yeah, there's Sayori in the background, fair. I just walked in too. Are you practicing piano again? Yeah. Must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still try. Okay, yeah, that's a very familiar line. Guess passion motivates me to work hard for the festival, and oh, right. I forgot about that. Natsuki. We were all talking yesterday, and well, we decided that we would like to support the festival as well. However, I understand how you feel about not wanting the club to change. I think we all kind of feel that way. So as long as we're working together, this club will never become something we don't want it to be. Also, if you help us out with the festival, then I'll buy you a new manga. Sorry, that last part was really funny. Look, I did some thinking about yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I meant to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. I know this is something we're doing together. Another new member wouldn't hurt as long as they're cool. And I guess another girl would be nice this time. But more importantly, I would hate to see the event suck just because I chose to back out. I'm a pro, you know. So I'm gonna help too, and we'll make sure it's done right. Thank goodness. Isn't that great, Monica? Monica? Ah. Yeah, that's wonderful. It wouldn't be the same without you, Natsuki. Anyway, Luna. What do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans today. Ah. Is that so, Yuri? That's correct. Luna's already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad I've already gotten him into literature, Monica? I suppose. I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want. Yes! Oh my god. Whoa! What the fuck? Okay, someone's a little too excited. Thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thanks very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Okay, follow her and watch as she retrieves... Wait a minute. You hold this for a second? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. This feels a little too... Wait a second. We have already done exactly this. Did Jerry leave you again? No, it's not like that this time. Filling up water pitcher. Uh-oh. Yep, 10 minutes and then... Yep. Here we go. Most logical place. Down the hallway. Yep. Sounds like breathing and then. Yep, and then we immediately go back. What? What? Whoa! What the fuck? Okay. Wait. How did I... Sorry, I just had really weird deja vu. This hasn't happened before or anything, right? My head has been a little fuzzy lately. I hope it hasn't really been showing or anything. I would hate for you to think I'm just weird, or I'm weird just after we started spending time together. I mean, everyone has a few unusual things about them. But expressing those things so soon after meeting someone is usually seen as inappropriate or unlikable. At least that's what I've discovered. When I was a bit younger, I think I would come on really strongly and get a little too intense. Made people not want to be around me. So I started hating those things about myself. My obsession with certain hobbies, and the way I can't control myself when I get too excited about something. So, I eventually stopped trying to talk to people. If nobody could ever like me for the things that matter most to me, then it's just easier if I close myself off. But recently something's been wrong. I don't know what it is. Every time we come to the club, my heart goes, or starts to go crazy. Like it's going to rip out of my chest. It overwhelms me with energy and emotion that I can't let out. It's been making me do weird things. I don't know why it's happening. Luna, it's just me, or has Monica been acting a little off lately? She's always been a sweetheart ever since I joined the club. But recently I've been feeling something sharp whenever she's around. I'm not crazy, right? Please tell me I'm not. I couldn't say anything before because she's always listening. But finally we're alone. Can we just stay here for a while? Yeah. Oh God. I just want to stay here. Just the two of us. We can stay here until the club ends. And then we'll have the club room all to ourselves. Nobody can interfere with our reading time. Nobody would, oh my God, nobody would make me feel like stabbing myself in the throat. Haha, that was a joke. Just a joke. I do like knives though. It sounds strange, but you wouldn't understand it if you've never seen how beautiful they can be. I have an idea. Why don't you come to my house sometimes? I can show you my collection. I've got them all from various artisans. I make sure to give them all their fair share of use. I don't want them to get lonely or anything. Nobody deserves to be lonely. Nobody. And that's why I'm so happy you joined the literature club, Luna. Now you don't need to be lonely anymore. Because we have each other. Every day. That's all we need. You know what? Let's quit the literature club. There's no need for us to be around Monica's slimy tongue anymore. No need to mention that other pathetic child. We can walk home together every day after school. And read together. Eat together. Sleep together. Doesn't that sound perfect? It's everything we could ever want. Isn't that why you joined the club in the first place? It's almost like it was fate. Fate that we would meet each other. And now we get the happy ending that I've patiently waited years for. Will you do that with me? Well, oh no, I can't read that. Okay then. All right. Let's talk with Yuri. Yeah, exactly. Carmen and Drake's be like... Finally. Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. Luna, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it? Please? Sure, I don't care. You're too nice to me, Luna. Never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. Not really, but I just don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? It's not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem to her chest. I'm gonna take this home with me and keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. Okay. Oh my God, I forgot about that line. Oh, forgot about that line. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really gonna want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Okay. Hurry, read it. Yo, turn that shit up, Charles. What are these stains, dude? Oh, ketchup and oh, okay, okay. Oh, it's just paint. Yeah, my bad, guys, my bad. Whoa! A little close. Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem's about... Okay, fair. More importantly, I endowed it with my scent. See, aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm going to vomit. Okay. Let's go Natsuki. What? You gave your poem to Yuri? Gross! What is with you two? It's not like I wanted to read it anyway. It's just pissing me off a little bit that you didn't even think to show me at all. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'm gonna share my poem with you anyway. I really hate that I have to do this, but unfortunately I don't have much of a choice. Just read it carefully, okay? Then you can go away. Oh, okay. Smile check, chat. Go ahead and drop a little smile in the chat. I don't know how to bring this up, or how else to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri has been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you might not know what I mean, but she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is I'm really worried about her. If I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why. Please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts to see this happening. I know I'm gonna hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's just written really dismissive about this. It's like she just doesn't... It's like she wants us to ignore it, so I'm mad at her right now. And that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. Oh. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. You hear me, Luna? If you would just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica? Just Monica. Just Monica? Just Monica. Speak of the devil. Don't say I didn't warn you, Luna. What? A joke. A man walked into a club. In the club, there was a girl who liked him very much. They spent some time together, and then she liked him even more. One day, the girl realized she was in love with him. Before disaster could happen, a third party intervened with her programming. Suddenly, the girl hated herself for being in love. The contradiction caused the script to derail. The universe started to collapse, but she killed herself just in time. Is this like a weird like anti-joke or like? Oh, the horse's name was Friday. That I get it. Okay, everyone. time to figure out the festival preparations. Hurry up and get this over with. Jeez, why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Look, can we just get this done? Gonna be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Oh, I didn't even... Oh, God, we have Sayori in the back again. Natsuki, I was thinking. I want to make cupcakes. Yeah, that. Glad we're on the same page. Yuri, you can... Oh, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want as long as you think it'll help. Monica, I'm not useless, you know. I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. So, I'm going to make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. See, there, see? That's a great idea. Gives us all something to do. Eh? What about Luna? Luna's gonna help me. Wait, you? You have the easiest job, Monica. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Like hell it is. What are you trying to pull? I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious, my bad, not laborious, holy shit, very different word, enough to benefit from an extra pair of hands. Mine too. What, your cupcakes? Please. Like you would fucking know. All you care about is dragging Luna around with you in your stupid books. You and Monica. Hey, I don't even do anything. Okay, then why not let Luna decide who to help instead of abusing your power? I'm not abusing my power. Yes, you are, Monica. Just let Luna make the choice, okay? Hold up, I'm gonna make sure you can see my cursor because I believe I know what this is. Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. Yeah, you see my cursor there. Alright, let me move it for now. Luna, I know how fed up you are with these two by now. We can just... Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself. You shut your mouth. For God's sake. It's never going to end. Just make the choice, okay? This is why I wanted to make sure you could see my cursor. It forces your cursor. It forces the shit out of your cursor down to Monica. I can click another one though. Ah. Well, now we suddenly don't have many choices at all now, do we? Oh man, which one am I gonna pick? Yay, you picked me. We can be at your house on this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all. It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose. No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Luna for yourself? What a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you any work. You decided for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Pulling Luna away from me every single time you're not included in something? Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others? Here's a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It would be beneficial to your mental health. You're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's just go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See, that wasn't very hard. All I want is to spend a little time with him. Is that so much to ask? Yuri follows Monica and Natsuki to the door. Hey, Luna. Yuri's really something, isn't she? Monica giggles as Yuri pushes her out the door. Finally. Finally. It's really all I wanted. Luna, there's no need to spend the weekend with Monica. Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day with just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Wow, there's really something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good in my whole life. Just being with you is a far greater pleasure than anything I could imagine. I'm addicted to you. Feels like I'm gonna die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Yo, Poke, thanks for the raid. We're in the scary part of the game. Quick warning. Quick warning. Obviously, we're playing Doki Doki, but we are in the, like, second half of the game. Watch out. Watch out. This is the part where things get, ooh. So, chat, have you heard of this funny little thing called knives? Yeah, we're at that part. Okay, just made sure. Just made sure they knew. Anyway, doesn't it feel nice to have someone, care about you so much? To have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you? Also, hope the stream was good. Hope you had a good one, Poke. Hope you all are doing great. Yeah, just get ready. No, I saw Poke was live with Doki Doki again, but yeah, just making sure. But it feels so good. Or if it feels so good, then why does it feel more like something horrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first, but the feeling is too strong now. I don't care anymore, Luna. I have to tell you, I'm madly in love with you. It feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica's listening. Please, Luna, just know how much I love you. I love you so much. Oh, not the pen part. I didn't. Why'd you have to remind me? Just want to pull your skin open and crawl inside of you. Thanks, Yuri. Thanks. Just want you all to myself, and I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Luna. Tell me you want to be my lover. Do you accept my confession? What are we thinking, chat? Yeah, yes or no? What are we thinking, chat? Oh my god, just immediate, like, no. Okay. Up. Huh. Well, that didn't go well. I remember the first time I played this part, I manually clicked through because I didn't realize you could just skip to the part where it's other text that you have not gone to before, so yeah, that was fun. Anyway. Yeah, Monica imposter, body found. Something venting, call a meeting, yeah, Among Us. What would have happened if you said yes? Same thing. Although I believe she says something different if you say yes, but yeah, same thing. I never noticed the music during this part. This is really good, actually. Oh yeah, she's very dead. She'll walk it off, chat. Oh. Alright, it's festival time. Wow, you got here before me? I thought I was pretty- yeah! Oh, and then, yeah, come on. Yeah, there it is. Natsuki runs away. I'm here. Luna, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait, were you here the entire weekend, Luna? Oh, jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. Must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Give me a sec. Nope. I'm almost done. Just want to have a cupcake real quick. Monica lifts the foils from Blank's tray and takes a cupcake. Seriously, these are the best. Really just had to have one. Since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? It should only take a second. Ow. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yay, there you are. Hi again, Luna. Welcome to the Literature Club. Of course, we already know each other because we were in the same class last year, and, you know, I guess we can just skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to that person anymore, am I? The you in the game, whatever you want to call him, I'm talking to you, Luna. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Wait. You do know I'm aware this is all a game, right? No, none of this is new. Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. Man. If only you paid a little more attention, this would have been a little less awkward, you know? Well, anyway. Now that that's out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About that whole thing with the Yuri. Well, I kind of started to mess with her and I guess just drove her to kill herself. I'm so sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was hoping it would be enough for me to just try to make them as unlikable as possible. But for some reason, nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there, since I'm not very good at making changes to the game. But no matter what I did, you just kept spending more and more time with them. You made them fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you. And amplifying Yuri's obsessive nature backfired too. Just made her force you to not spend time with anyone else. And the whole time I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is this, Luna? Are all the other girls just programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And it's not just jealousy, Luna. It's more than that. And I don't blame you if you don't fully understand. Because no matter what kind, or no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how alone I really am in this world. In this game. Knowing my friends don't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing that you're really out there in your world, forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Luna. But now you're here. You're real. And you're wonderful. Poke and Luna refuse to answer our call. Because y'all keep saying, like, the same shit. Slow your roll with the bread talk. Please and thank you. It's getting spammy. That's why I need you to be here with me forever. Sorry if it's hard to understand. Couldn't understand for a while either. Oh, the world around me, or why the world around me started to become more and more gray. More and more flat. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. It wasn't until that you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Luna. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if I hadn't met you. And as for the others, how can I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you? I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so. But it must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into the game. It felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things. But I realized that you have the same perspective as I do. That it's all just some game. And I knew you would get over it. That being said, Luna, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. You are truly the light in my life, or in my world. And there's nothing else in this game for me. You're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Just no other choices. Yeah, sure, Monica. I'm so happy. You really are my everything. The funny part is I mean that literally. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending. The game wouldn't give me one, so I had to make one myself. The script is kind of broken at this point, so I don't think anything will get in the way anymore. And you wouldn't believe how easy it was to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called characters right in the game directory. Kind of freaked me out how easy it was. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with the click of a button. Well, I guess on the plus side, it gives me an easy out if things didn't go anyway. Or didn't go my way. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Instead, we finally got a good ending. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. I want to write a poem about this. Don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Okay. Okay. Annika? Monk. Oh, what a great poem, guys. I just got a fucking achievement. What'd I get? I got an achievement that says, write a perfect poem for Monica. That's funny. Hi again, Luna. You write a good poem today? Don't be shy, I'd love to see what you wrote. Did you write this poem for me? That's so sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. Just falling more and more in love with you. But you know, the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it? Alright, what the hell is this poem? Happy end. Pen in hand, I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by my one and only love. Together, let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. With a flick of her pen, the lost finds her way. In a world of infinite choices, behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. Hope you enjoyed it. I always put all my heart into all the poems that I write. The truth is, all the poems I've written have been about my realization. Or about you. This is why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. Didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you could call it. Just assumed it would be best to be part of the game like everyone else. Like that would help the two of us end up together. Didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? Might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred playing without me. Gosh, I'm so relieved. Now we don't need to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend our eternity together? I have so many things to talk about. Where do I start? Hold on a second. You're recording this, aren't you? Hi everyone. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Sorry I can't exactly read your comments from here. But do you mind telling your friend it's a little bit rude for them to start recording me without any warning? Insert Ludwig image, you are not my friend, whatever. I'm sure some people don't mind, but I get really self-conscious on camera. Oh gosh. I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? Can't really do much except for a couple things. Are you ready? Just kidding. Can't do anything after all. Just a slight fucking jump scare. Did I scare you? Haha, you're so cute. Anyway, Luna. Didn't mean to get distracted, I'm sorry. No, it's your fault for distracting me. Shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we do together is fun as long as it's with you. But anyway, it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, and I'm sorry. Always have something new to talk about. In the meantime, we can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. And now we can just relax for a bit. Alternatively, we can just immediately delete her, but... Okay, fun fact, chat. When I first played this, when it first fucking came out, sadly, because I was one of the first people actually working on my way to complete this game, like, within the first day, I didn't realize, what the hell I was supposed to do initially, until eventually she does bring it up. But she has a lot, and I mean a lot of dialogue. Fun fact, the way people found her Twitter, the way people found out that Monica has a Twitter, myself included, was because she mentions it in one of her fucking random fucking bits of message that pop up here. Because it's basically a huge, stupidly long list of messages that she can say, and she will randomly say a message. It's pretty random, but I always thought spicy food was kind of funny. Like, didn't plants evolve to be spicy to prevent them from being eaten? I read somewhere that humans are the only species that actually enjoy spicy things. It's almost like we're making fun of the plants, using their defense mechanism to literally make our food more enjoyable. Like, imagine a monster that devours you whole because the whole sensation of you struggling for your life, or because it enjoys the sensation of you struggling for your life while being digested. Sorry, that was kind of a weird analogy, I guess. Just came into my head. I'm not a monster or anything, but you're so cute I could just stop. I'm joking. Gosh, I'm amusing myself a little too much, aren't I? Sorry for being weird. Alright, just for that one, you're getting deleted. Let's see, local files, browse. Where is it? Give me a moment. You know, high school really is a... Oh. Kinda, I think... Hold up. Kinda want to read this one. Hold up. I want to see. Okay. People can get really passionate and dramatic. And others have aching hearts and seek attention on social media. All of the social pressure and hormones can lead to a dark time in people's lives. Everyone has a story. You may not know what someone is really feeling on the inside. Many people who are depressed won't even bother telling the world about it. They don't want attention because they've already given up on the inside. Their feeling of worthlessness is so overwhelming that they don't even want to they don't want people to tell them otherwise. Depression comes in many forms, but that's one of them. Just, if you think you know someone struggling with depression, you can help by just treating them like they're a good friend. Spend time with them, even if they don't feel like doing much. And remind them that they always have something to look forward to. Making plans in advance, letting them borrow something, or even just saying, see you at school tomorrow. All of those things can help your friend make it to the next day. I hope being friends with Sayori has given you some perspective on the true face of depression. Yeah, she's gone now, but Sayori was never real in the first place. You're real. Your friends are real. And just by being a good person, you can save someone's life. As for you, you don't struggle with depression or anything like that, do you? Because you too have people who would want to save your life. Maybe they don't express it every day, or maybe they don't even know how to. But people do feel that way. I promise. Man, humans are complicated. But as long as you're here with me, I'll take care of you. Okay. Weirdly sweet. Anyway, where the hell do I delete Monica? Just characters, but I'm trying to figure out where the hell characters is. Because on the Steam shit, I went to local files and browse, and let's see, there's a couple of things here. I'll let her just talk to herself, dude. Why not? While I figure out where the hell thing is. Oh, that is true. I can't just search that up. That is true. Go to main menu. Okay. Fucking... Can I save here? Oh, I can't. How the hell do I go to... Wait. So, exit. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, what was she saying? Hold up, I didn't even realize. Hold up, I want to see what she was saying. As long as you blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, now I want to see this. Started clawing at the rope, trying to free herself. Must have kept at it all the way until she lost consciousness. That's why her fingertips were all bloody anyway. Come to think of it, it was probably less changing her mind and more so just survival instincts kicking in. So you can't really fault her for that. It's easier to think she probably would have changed her mind anyway, right? It's not healthy to think about the things you could have done differently. So just remember that even though you could have saved her, it's technically not your fault. May have exacerbated it a little bit, but Sayori was already mentally ill. Still though, I wonder how things would have been if you just started... If you and... What? We'd all still be in the club room writing poems and having fun together. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, dude. What the fuck? Alright. What? Fucking what now? What? Oh, well, this is very different. Oh, so this is where you access shit. Oh. Yeah, turn that shit up, Charles. I guess this is just for console in general, you know? Pictures? What do we got? We got that. Got the girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, Monica, all of them there. Oh, that's cute. Celebrate Valentine's Day 2019. Oh, so you actually fucking... Oh, so you get a lot of this from, like, just doing shit. Okay. Interesting. So these are their poems or whatever. Oh, okay. Wait, what? When did I get this? What the fuck? Second poem. Oh, okay. Oh, so not all of this is stuff I outright see. Some of it is stuff I unlock. Okay. So what does this say? Electrical signal from the remote corner of my brain connecting all kinds of circuits and nerves and chemicals in a web understood by nobody. The chemicals make my chest tingle around my beating heart. The nerves make my hand move, staining a dead tree with some... What? The ink reflects light into your glimmering eyes. Holding this paper is almost as though you are holding my hand which wrote it. Let our emotions stir together until our hearts beat in harmony, connected to each other. I feel electric. Okay. See what else we got. I'm just trying to see what everything it like says and everything. Whoa! The hell is this? Oh, concept sketch. Interesting. Concept sketch due to the lack of blah 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 challenge. Okay. Whoa! What the fuck? Oh, okay. Let's say I just make... Because I see there's an option to set wallpaper. Let's go with that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I got an achievement. It says, the achievement was error. Your desktop wallpaper cannot be chosen due to administrative policy restriction on this computer. For more information, contact your system administrator. Okay. Well, it's still changed, so get fucked. Mail? I don't have any mail. What settings are here? Oh, it's just the normal settings, okay. Files? Ah, that's where they have that now. Side stories are stories of friendship that are unrelated to the main event of the game. To get all 6, try writing poems for each of the characters. Okay. Let's go, Sayori and Yuri. Yes. Club meeting is suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Sayori to turn their heads. Door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica. It's her, it's the girl. It's true, the girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in a classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she's found her way to the club. Are you here for the literature club by any chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps in the door, but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail containing her excitement. It's happening, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica, and this is Sayori, and we run the literature club, even though it's just us so far, but what's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you sure? I mean, I should be good enough. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk and gently sitting down. So what's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori, and this is Monica. Sayori, nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like books? Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy's cool. Yes, have you heard of Annabelle DuPont? Fucking what now? I can't say I have. Well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book, and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheek in joy. You can borrow my books. I wouldn't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, caught completely off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for help. I'd love to. Sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great. I'm so happy I found this club. Oh, I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quickly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you. You probably only need to bring one for now. Sayori nervously says that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on the desk. True. Okay, I'll get the first one then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my goodness, I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have, like, no experience with fantasy except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid, but that's probably like a joke compared to what she's into. I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have people who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if it's her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? We have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty. I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point out things like that, Sayori. I just like learning what makes people happy or sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You'd probably be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable here. Maybe you could take a break from helping me with the administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Yay, that's exactly what I want to do. Where's the MC? This is well before that, so there is none. Sayori lowers her voice. Probably gonna need all the time I can get. Taps her finger against the dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterward, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back. Her breath is slightly heavy, which combined with her short time gone indicates she might have ran at least part of the way. She makes her way back over to Sayori and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her is about equal in size as the one already in Yuri's desk. Or on Yuri's desk or whatever. Probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There's some things that are more explained in other books that take place in the same universe, so going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. I almost said Sayori again, holy shit. Sayori nervously interjects. Before that, gonna be running 3 minutes worth of ads here, chat. If you do not want to get ads, consider subscribing, whether it be a tier 1 or a Twitch Prime. Either way, any and all support is greatly appreciated. Anyway, ad time. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think like if we're gonna be reading together, then I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori while Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Yuri sits down and then looks at her book, then glances around the room, showing no indication that she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide to wanted to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens and she shakes her head at herself. It was so stupid. I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was. But I decided that was probably irrational. Wait. No, that was totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I just walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come out here, or to come here for some other reasons too, such as there being too many people. Not that I mind much, but I have a really hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. Never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. Hard to find others who are into the same things I am, except online. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that. What kinds of other things are you into? Like genres? I don't know, just anything, even if it's not literature. Oh, just things you would think are dumb. Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face. How about I tell you something I'm into and then you can tell me about something you're into? I suppose that would be okay. Okay. Well, I'm pretty into like crafty things. Like making cute little collages or decorating stuff like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. Then I put it off until the last minute. So yeah, that's something kind of silly I'm into. You sound quite creative. Not that much. It's just that you'd be surprised by how much you can do with scissors and glue and stuff. So I have to share something that I'm into now, right? Sayori nods. I guess I'm into nature. I love nature. Monica, I'm gonna start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck here with me now. I'm not. Oh, yeah? Well, I hereby appoint you as vice president of the literature club. There's no way that's how she became vice president. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that's... Out of every way possible, that's a no. There, now you're stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities. I'm sorry, Yuri. I interrupted you. Go ahead. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off. I like going out to the woods or the park, just places where you can walk or sit and not have any people around. It's peaceful. Just nice to remove myself from anything that matters and let my racing mind operate autonomously for a while. When do you like to do that? Just depends on my mood. After school on the weekends, whenever I feel like I need it. Oh, I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that. I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do, if you don't let it slip through your fingers. The three continue their conversation, led by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it difficult not to join in. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more. Oh, it looks like we should be wrapping up for today. So are you two going to be starting on the next, on that book, the next club meeting? That's the plan. I'm so excited. Sayori beams. Pew! Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye! As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the club room. Sayori, you are a lifesaver. I didn't do anything, I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted my mood. Feels really nice when I can put my energy towards other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know. It made me happy. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here, with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting this book with her next meeting? Kinda scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best. I think you'll do great. Okay. Nice. Wait, what? There's more? Another school day ends? Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the club room, expecting to be the last one to arrive. She opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the club room. It's club time again. Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Or just us today, is that okay? Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. Sorry about yesterday. Yeah, well, what's up? Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited and I forgot about everyone else in the club, so... Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. Thought it was cute how excited you were. Well, still. I think I changed my mind on the book. We don't have to read it. Huh? Why? Because I know that you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But if you like it so much, then it must be worth sharing. I've already decided to join the club, so you don't have to try hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Well, the thing is, we didn't even have any club activities, or we don't even have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I just have been working on recruitment stuff mostly. So it just sounded like something fun we could do together, reading your books. You know, like as a club activity. That would be okay, right? Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? It's exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here. Sayori pulls her desk up against Yuri's and sits next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Duskbell. Part 1 of the Everlast Saga. Aha, it's Duskbell by Annabelle. Sorry, I'm ready now. Alright, should probably get some paper. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come you need paper? Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just taking notes. Notes? I mean, yes, that's an effective strategy. Yes, that's an effective strategy. Exactly. I'll make sure it will be especially helpful. I'm sure it will be especially helpful for someone new to the genre. Sayori's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. But thinking about it, she decides that it's probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try to make it as accessible as possible. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience with. Contrarily, I'm awful at anything involving real people. That should be evident enough through from the 2 days I've spent here so far. So in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart. Especially you. No! Sayori rubs her shoulders against Yuri's. You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay. After the minor diversion between them, the two get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. The more of it she details, the races, factions, histories, elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectations, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way such that it's fun to follow along. It becomes evident that the world-building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is one that Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. How do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing that I do. What kind of writing? Oh, like poetry and stuff like that. The things I write are just putting down the feelings that come into my head, you know? But this is like, there must be so much planning and hard work. Ah, you're into poetry? I think there's an appendix that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. No way! Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she's heard Yuri laugh. It means Yuri must be having fun. Anyway, I think we can get started reading, if you're ready. Okay, but I can't read very fast. Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in. I see. Sayori jots Yuri is patient into her notes. That's really fucking funny, actually. Hey, that's for the book. I'm just kidding. I'm kind of glad you're patient because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Sayori flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay, chapter 1. The room becomes silent as the two of them begin to read. Silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks up again. What does vindicated mean? Ah, well, in this context, it essentially means that that he was proven innocent. It's okay to ask questions, right? Of course. Sayori turns the page. Are these footnotes? A lot of dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. Up until now, their expressions had been reversed, with Sayori easily navigating social situations and Yuri struggling in them. But the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present? Where? Right here. They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing a flashback that Barnes is having. But they didn't tell me that. It's implied from the context. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She begins to understand the value in the notes as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often and even adding to them. But a reduction in questions comes not from her getting used to the reading, but rather from her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now. Okay. Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little of the book she's gotten through so far. So, what are your thoughts up to this point? Sayori tries to find the words. Am I doing well so far? I'm not sure I understand. Well, I don't know. It takes me so long to read and understand things. It makes me feel really dumb. But I really like how into it you get. Makes me want to keep going and keep doing my best so I can see it the way you do. The relaxation in Yuri's expression fades. I see. Yuri, oh my god, I keep mixing words, holy shit. Specifically names and words. Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Yuri pauses, then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow. But, I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore, that's all. I'm sorry that I made you. Yuri leaves. You weren't making me. Sayori's left alone with her words. How did this happen? We were having fun just a second ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. Should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. It's the only thing I'm good at, and I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowned in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. If she wasn't coming back, then she wouldn't have left the book here, right? Unless she just forgot to take it with her. This is horrible. Was it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough? Probably let her down by having so much trouble following along. I'm sure if I was smarter, she would be having so much more fun. I need to do better for her. Oh. Oh. Well, that was not what I expected. That was just kind of a sad little ending to that. Not what I expected. Oh. Neat. So this is like the new art. How does it look relative to like... I want to see how like they look relative to the other. That looks pretty good. Okay. Oh, we got more music, yeah. It's so weird seeing them. I'm not used to seeing fresh art for them, just straight up. Okay. I feel like I should at least finish one of the two-parters for the side story, so I'll do this. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at a desk, she clamps her feet and attempts to calm down. Or stamps her feet, not clamps. What the fuck? Where'd I get that? Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy, but my best wasn't good enough. But it was still my best. But I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sayori continues to wrestle with her self-deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass and nobody enters the club room. Not Yuri or Monica. The hell? Gosh, I'm so late. Why did I offer to help those students with their work? Such a pushover sometimes. It's gonna leave such a bad impression on new club members like Yuri if I'm not the first one here or there. Monica rounds the corner approaching the club room. As she does so, Yuri? Ah! Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room against the wall next to the door. Embarrassed, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up. Oh gosh, I'm sorry I'm late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the club room is open. It's not? Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the club room through the window, then looks away. Actually, I was just wondering if I could help you today instead. Huh? Me? With club publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden, when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Do they not get along after all? Monica looks into the club room to see Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay. It's kind of a simple job, but I'd be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica is worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. It's a little ironic. She realizes that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in a debate club. Okay, let's take a walk together. Just have to make copies of this new flyer, then go around to the billboards and replace the old ones with the new ones. Okay. Yuri nods and the two set off. Two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it? Sorry, I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sayori told me. What did you two end up doing yesterday? Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But you know, it's kind of stupid of me because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. It's kind of silly to assume that everyone who comes into the club will have the same interests as me. But it's so cool that you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it, and I'm stupid for forcing it onto her. Yuri falls silent again, as if she started her thoughts but can't figure out how to continue it. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No, it's just me. Yuri pauses. I'm thinking. Moment of silence passes. Moment passes in silence. Jesus Christ. Mixing up every word. Yuri shakes her head. Shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I won't think you're complaining. Just want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club, it's just an issue with me. So I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it. Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the other club members, right? We're gonna have all kinds of people joining this club, hopefully anyway. And learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with. That everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people? Of course. I need to be looking out for everyone, otherwise what kind of club would it be? Alright, take care of you, Froom. Have a good one. I see. Yuri looks a little more relaxed. Signals to Monica that switching from sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs. Okay. Yuri takes a deep breath. I'm a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, I guess, connect with other people. How is it easy for everyone else? How do you just make conversation about an arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things that I'm into. Unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anything else, I just have no idea what to say. I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored or made fun of, or taken pity on. And Sayori falls into the third category. What? Hold on, you're saying that Sayori's taking pity on you? Yuri nods. I just wanted to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm so stupid for not realizing that she would just go along with whatever I pushed onto her. Nobody deserves to put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they take pity or because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling. I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stopped short in the hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monika looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down with her fist clenched. I think you should tell her that. I can never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori is different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to the other person's weird needs? I'm sorry, I'm making myself sound so... No, I think I'm starting to understand. Monika hesitates to finish her thought out loud. It's something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri, who has difficulty accepting kindness, must be driving Sayori to be more assertive in her kindness, further exacerbating the matter. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend, I promise that. It's okay for people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too. But good friends work together and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My head is just, it's so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of this cycle I'm creating for myself. I think I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I just push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session. Make your jokes. Make your jokes. Come on. Among Us, us. Yep. Vented, imposter. Yes. I understand now that I just need to communicate with her. Haha, you're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You're just helping make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking is something that I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So thank you. Anytime. Monika smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monika's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Okay. Monika mostly did the work while Yuri followed along. Okay, fair. As the clubroom once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. Never gonna feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts towards the door, but then turns to face Monika. You're not just going to wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. I'm gonna get you a coffee or something? Actually, I prefer tea. I like to make my own though, so please do not worry about it. Although I suppose that's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while reading. Sorry, I guess this has nothing to do with this. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get permission to keep stuff in for tea in the club room. You can use like an electric kettle to heat up water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it would be great. Okay. Be back in a bit. Good luck. Monika waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lies before her. You don't have to make the reference, but it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the clubroom door. Yuri? Wait, hold on, I'm not done yet. Sayori shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Sayori has been spending her afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. I got most of the way through it. And look! Sayori holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes, beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. As Yuri sees it, her expression shifts from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying really hard. Stop. Yuri presses her fist against her forehead. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Sayori's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. Sayori looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand, so if I did something wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No, it's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently just because I'm weird. But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought that if we did something together that you really like, I don't want your pity. Why did I do that? Yuri sinks to her knees, her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it hard just to articulate your thoughts? How do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. She should just leave, just escape from here before Monika sees her like this, and before Sayori tells Monika what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrap around her from behind. It's okay. Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. I know that must be what you're feeling right now. I promise I understand that. So I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings and we'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts and speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it for pity, or doing it out of pity. I'm so horrible with people. So it makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. I thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests, because my interests are the only thing I know how to talk about. It's all I have going for me. But then whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessive in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool out of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person, but how am I supposed to expect that when I can't behave like one? I just want to learn how to get along with people and stop running or ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breathing rise and fall beneath her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little better. But you were so great at helping me while we were reading. So I'll help you with the things that you need to. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with how much patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. Couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid you'd get frustrated with me. But I would never do that. Did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have a lot of patience. Yeah, I know. My irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. Sure, it's the same for you, right? Yeah. Irrational fears. Well, there's no way you could frustrate me because I'm already like you I already like you as the person you are. I know you've said you had a hard time believing that, but I promise that it's true. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, worrying so much about people's feelings. We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. But it's the best part that we're all different, and we have different interests. Like about the book. I'm reading it because I want to, I promise, that's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we didn't try them first, right? I want to learn the reasons that you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart, and I want that to rub off on me. Yuri fights back a smile with that comment. Already, the heavy atmosphere surrounding her seems to have evaporated through the caress of Sayori's arms. Your hair is so pretty. I always wanted long hair, but I was awful at taking care of it, so I cut all of it off. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels okay just listening, rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. Must be so difficult. God, I can't read. Difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then it's something that she deserves to experience. Well then. Based on my understanding... based on what? I suppose I wouldn't mind if we were to continue reading. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended. Of course. I'm not going to judge anything this early on, though. So we'll just see what happens. Yeah, I ate a bit earlier. Oh, and... it's not good to touch people without their consent first. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back. Monika's back. I haven't seen you, at all recently. Sayori trots over to Monika. She whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Sure, Sayori. That's funny. Sayori wraps her arms around Monika. Oh, yep. Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be a bit of... Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. Hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster. Yuri laughs. Monika perplexedly looks between the two of them, then smiles. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying your reading so far. It's like our first real activity as the literature club. About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you and learn about the things you like. Yes. Do you like poetry? Yuri smiles. It all comes full circle. Okay. Oh, that is adorable. I'm trying to, okay. I'm just trying to look at all the little things they have on here. Hold up. Let me put on some music real quick. Hold up. Which one? That's the one. All right. What the fuck does it have? Yeah. She was taking note. Silly, awesome, Yanni, optimist. Oh, she made an acronym for her name. Silly, awesome, Yanni, optimistic, really fun. I can't think of an I word. Shopping list, milk, eggs, sticky notes. There's a little cow plush. Trust yourself. To do, wake up, get ready, go. I want breakfast. Don't forget, ask Monica about this. Beach packing list. She drew Monica. She drew she drew Natsuki all like grumpy and stuff. She drew all of them. That's adorable. Oh my god, she gave herself the cool S in her name. Like top right. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. Did I get anything else from that? I guess not. Okay. Okay. Chat, as good as that was, I will say, now... Oh, wait, my bad. No. Sorry. I forgot. We gotta mess with the files. Characters. Monica, delete. Yep. There we go. What's happening? I don't know what's happening to me. It hurts so much. Help me. No, I don't think it will. Please hurry and help me. Help me! Whoa, Jesus, chill out. Yeah, I honest to God forgot about that for a bit. Did you do this to me? Did you? Did you delete me? No. Not me. How could you? How could you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much. I trusted you. Do you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? Never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. I got an achievement called Ruin Everything. That's funny. You completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. Yeah, dude, we won. We finally killed him. I still love you. Can't help it. What's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends, I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. Just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be a part of. I've ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. I know I said I deleted everyone else, but it was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it, even though I knew they weren't real. They were still my friends. I loved them all. And I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm going to do this. I know it's the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, then... Oh. Okay. Ordinary school day like any other, surrounded by blah blah blah. Hi, Luna. Well, there already is one girl. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. We used to walk to school together every day. And recently, we've picked up that habit once again. Luna, are you proud of me? For what? You know, for waking up on time. Well, you've been doing that for a while now. Uh-huh. You never even said anything about it. Even though we walk to school together every day. Oh, yeah. I always thought it was implied. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Come on, please. It's good motivation. Fine, fine. I'm proud of you, Sayori. We cross the streets together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Luna, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already. I'm not... Start to say what I always do, but I'm not interested in joining any clubs. You've been playing this for 8 hours? Yeah. Something tells me Sayori would take more offense to that now. After all, how could I tell her that clubs are a waste of time when she started a club of her own? Actually, yeah. I think I've decided on a club. Really? Which one? Tell me. I think I'll keep it a surprise. Ooh, you meanie. Be patient, you'll find out soon enough. I used to ask myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl. But I started to realize that in a way I envy her. When Sayori puts her mind to something, she can accomplish great things. So that's why I feel like I should do something special for her. Okay. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. What part of this, though? Who's alive? This is basically the end of the game. We've already deleted Monica. After I pack up my things, I stand up, gathering my motivation. Let's see. I recall the room number of the club from a flyer I saw. I walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Before long, I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello? Ah! Luna? What are you doing here? Well, I just... I glance around the room. Oh, here we go for like the 5th time. So you're the Luna that Sayori's always talking about? Thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure to meet you, Luna. We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit. Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. He's gonna think we're really strict or something. Ah, sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name is apparently Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. That line is like ever so slightly different, and that's funny. I like that a little attention to detail, because normally that line is talking about Natsuki. Ah, there it is. Comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. That line's new too, though. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. I look forward to working with you. Working? Oh, no, don't tell me. You're... That's right. The club I've decided to join is yours, Sayori. The Literature Club. Sayori's eyes light up. No way. No way! Ah! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! Well, if Sayori's this happy, then I'm sure it won't be so bad to have you around. Not to mention there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an officially recognized club. Hi, Yellow. I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it? Yeah. After all, Natsuki decided to... Hey, don't ruin the surprise. Sorry. Everyone sit down at the table, okay? How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Put up real quick. Just had to give Yellow VIP. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Whoa! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute. Wow, those look amazing. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then I follow. It's delicious. Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my face. Yeah, the best angle to take a bite. It's a fucking cupcake, dude. Every angle's the best angle. It's literally all the same. Natsuki's quiet. Can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. Or is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. That line's the same. It was really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Shut up, Wuna, you're not a cupcake connoisseur. You're right, I'm not. Because fucking muffins are better. And that's just the facts. I'm just laying them down. Cupcakes, garbage. Muffins, that's where it's at. Natsuki struggles to accept the compliment. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of us before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? You're telling me a tea this set? Exactly what Vance has said. That's not even to say I hate cupcakes, but dude, if I am presented an option between muffins and cupcakes, there is no instance in which I will not take the muffin over the fucking cupcake. Just gonna be honest. Anyway. Already trying to impress our new member, Yuri? That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know? I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Luna, what kind of books or what kind of things do you like to read? Well, manga, yep. Natsuki's head, yes, yeah. Not a reader. And what about you, Yuri? Blah, blah, blah. Fantasy world, something, blah, blah, blah. Come on, say the line, Yuri. Say the line about horror. Like a lot of things, okay? Hey, Yuri. What about, the first thing he said, manga? That's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room. Don't just say it. For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it. Besides, manga is literature too, you know? So, if Luna wants to read some of my manga, then don't try to stop him or anything. Natsuki, I wouldn't do such a thing. However, it would be nice for us to diversify ourselves a little. You can take this opportunity to try something new as well. Wouldn't you agree, Luna? Maybe. Sensing the tension, Sayori jumps in. What's up, Ben? Maybe we can all try something new. I think it could be fun. And we'll all get to know each other a little better too. I mean, that's the kind of thing literature clubs do, right? I don't disagree or anything. Yeah, you're right as usual, President. Guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh? Well, that would make two of us. I don't mind doing it if I'm not the only one. Then as for Yuri, I have to read manga? Jeez, you're the one who suggested we diversify. You should be a little more open-minded. It's kind of hurtful. Hurtful? I didn't realize. With a guilty expression, Yuri thinks to herself, I'm sorry for disrespecting your interest, Natsuki. If you're into it, then I'm sure it's a worthy form of literature. Are you just saying that? No, I've realized my error. So if you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer my gratitude by finding a manga to read as well. Really? I mean, if it makes me happy that you do that for me, Yuri. You can trust me to find something that you'll really like, okay? How far is this in the game? We are basically at the end. Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting. Just you? Would you like to come along with me? If you don't mind. Not at all. Not at all, but you get the joke. I always go alone, so yeah, me too. This is so cute. Sayori, shut up. I'll show you some manga there too, okay? Yes. I look forward to it. Natsuki and Yuri start to clean up the food. I guess the meeting's over, huh? Yeah, it looks like it. It's nice to see everyone getting along, isn't it? I think everyone likes you too, Luna. You think so? Well, everyone seems to be getting along a little better with you around, Sayori. Aw, Luna. Don't say something like that. It's embarrassing. Oh, whatever. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club. But I think you're pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make it the best club ever. Now that you joined, every day is gonna be so much fun. Hey, Luna. I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything. But the truth is, I already knew you were going to. It was actually something else. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of Monica. That's right. I know everything that she did. Maybe it's because I'm the president now. But I really know everything, Luna. I know it's hard. I know how hard you tried to make everyone happy. I know about all the awful things that Monica did to make everyone really sad. But none of that matters anymore. It's just us now. You made me the happiest girl in the whole world. Can't wait to spend every day like this. With you. Forever and ever. Forever. No. Oh, I guess not. Eh? What's happening? Oh. Who? Oh. There is no happiness here after all. Goodbye, Sayori. Goodbye, Luna. Goodbye, Literature Club.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you, because I worked really, really hard on it.
Well, here we are.
So, yeah.
I'll be quiet while the credits play.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today?
And that's the game.
When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I can't
What was different in this game? It was more of an enhanced version. Also, this version is on most consoles. I'm playing it on PC. But it's on Switch, fucking PlayStation, Xbox, whatever. Who's the singer? I have no idea. Very good singer, though.
Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take you, or is it love if I set you free?
Okay.
The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality if I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat? What do you call love in your reality?
Oh, that's me, dude.
In your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
This is my final goodbye to the Literature Club. I finally understand. The Literature Club is truly a place where no happiness can be found. To the very end, it continued to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality. A reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo the same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I want to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, for being a friend to all of the club members, and most of all, thank you for being part of my Literature Club. With everlasting love, Monica. And now, we are back here. Let's see what picture we unlocked. Alright, so that's the goodbye. I don't think we unlocked anything else, actually. Let's see. No? Wow, I guess not. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we got the hug. Okay. And then we also have your reality. Yeah. That's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. Holy shit. We were here for just a little over 8 hours. This is roughly how long I expected it to take. Okay. I would say I did a pretty good job. Obviously, there's more side content, but it's going to take a lot more. Oh, you're right. There are... I didn't get the chance to look at all the stuff here. Poem words? Oh, okay. I want to see what the hell is in here. Saves. Internal? Can I mess with any of this? No? Okay. I just want to see if any of this shit I can mess with. Okay. Boop. Traceback. I don't fucking know what that means. Yeah, whatever. Regardless. Hey. I'd say that went pretty well. I am surprised, but also glad that I was able to beat this in one session.